Penix Jr. when you're not winning because there are different issues there. I thought the Niners defense did a great job stepping up late, especially in the fourth quarter. Had a couple of huge stops on like a 4th and 1. They stopped Bijan Robinson. Penix Jr. was looking for Drake London. That was a breakup, so that was impressive from San Francisco. But I think when you have a team that does have a younger quarterback, you're more apt to have inconsistent play. We're going to have a good game and a bad game, a good game and a bad game, and I kind of think that's where the Falcons are.
Even though if you can't stop the run, like that's definitely
Also
not a
that.
quarterback. But it should be noted, like I think sometimes people forget how dominant Christian McCaffrey used to be because like you saw some of those runs and it was just pure talent and pure skill and him just bullying through the line of scrimmage. So like some of those are holes that need to be filled and some of those, it just needs to be better tackling. But Christian McCaffrey is very, very hard to stop. But like the defense deserves some credit in this loss as well.
Yes, I absolutely agree with that. Hard to believe it's been 2 years since CMC had 100 yards on the ground, but he did it last night against Atlanta. Next up for the Falcons, they host the Dolphins on Sunday. The Niners visit the Texans. Last night in baseball, ALCS Game 6, the Blue Jays beat the Mariners 6-2. Blue Jays minus 125 on the money line. Your over-under at BetMGM, 7 and a hook. The over hits by that half run. Blue Jays on top 2-0 in the third inning when Addison Barger adds to the lead.
Lifts one in the air, right center field. It is gone!
What an atmosphere, called courtesy of FS1. Barger 2 for 3 with that long ball and 3 RBI. Vladdy Jr. goes yard again in the 6th inning, his 6th home run of the postseason. And Trey, you savage on the mound for Toronto. Strikes out 7 in 5 2/3. We get a Game 7 tonight at Rogers Center. This has been a great series. Unlike the Dodgers series, which was like, whoo, gone. This has been great.
Two best words in sports. Game 7. And especially two franchises that you can tell that they're just yearning for this. Because, the Mariners have never won a World Series. The Blue Jays, I think they said the last time they played a Game 7 was like 24 years ago or something like that.
Yeah.
So both of these fan bases, you can tell that they can just taste it, a trip to the World Series. But as far as predicting goes, Jenks, I'm stumped on this one. Like momentum has had so many swings in this series, and it feels like these teams are so evenly matched that I am not so sure who I am picking to face the Dodgers, but I do know one thing. I will be watching this game.
It's going to be great. I'm staying up late for this one. This is going to be great. This is going to be fantastic theater. I cannot wait. Also, Vladdy Jr., man, he started out slow in this series. It's kind of like with Shohei, and we'll talk about Shohei later on because what we saw over the weekend from him was just still my jaw's dropping. I've never seen anything like that. No one has ever seen anything like that. But Vladdy Jr. started this series 0 for 7, and you thought, isn't it just a matter of time before he does something? Same thing with Shohei, right? He was struggling early. You're like, isn't it a matter of time before these superstars start playing like superstars? And that's what we've seen from Vladdy Jr., who now has 6 home runs in the postseason. So it's not a coincidence that all of a sudden he starts hitting, and here come the Blue Jays.
Yeah, and also didn't expect it to be a big Addison Barger game, but here we stand. Also, I think it shows a lot of maturity from Trey Savage to go out there and absolutely shove. After an appearance where he got absolutely rocked, maybe not rocked. Maybe that was George Kirby I'm thinking of. But still, Trey Savage has been kind of up and down, had a great performance against the Yankees. Then in this series, he was kind of hit up a bit. And then to throw what he did last night, where he felt like he was having a dominant performance. I think it was till the 6th inning, and they were just raving about him on the broadcast. And then Josh Naylor just hits one into orbit. But still, overall, a very great bounce-back performance from one of the young starters in the Blue Jays. That is his 6th career MLB start. That's crazy.
It's crazy. Sometimes it's good to be young and dumb, Not that he's dumb, but you know what I'm saying? Where you're just not, this guy's really stupid, but man, he can throw a splitter. But sometimes when you're just that young and it's not that you don't understand the implications, you're just going out there and playing free because you're not in your head about it, and he was fantastic. Game 7. This evening in Toronto, Blue Jays a short minus 125 favorite on the money line. Coming up next, back to football. A comeback for the ages in the Mile High City. More from Week 7 is next here on the Daily Tip.
In 20 minutes, the crew hands out their MVPs from the weekend in sports here on the Daily Tip, sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. It is Monday on the Daily Tip of BetMGM network. Hope you had a great weekend. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. Coming up on the show, the Broncos complete a mile-high miracle against the Giants. What'd you do this weekend? Did you have a good time? Just sit and chill, watch football? I did a little bit of everything.
Sitting and chilling? No. Jenks,
No?
You know better than that. I'm a 5-year-old. We don't
never know.
sit and chill.
Give her some
We're doing
Robitussin. She's
activities.
out for 3 hours, and you're like, yeah, it's mama time.
No, the thing with kids is that even if you do activities until like 8:30 at night, at 8:31 they will ask you, can we play with Play-Doh? Can we get out the kinetic sand? I'm like, no. Been doing activities with you all damn day. Like, I can't sit here for a second. I'm bored. So we did stuff all weekend, including a very fun fall festival last night, Jenks. It is officially fall festival season.
Okay.
So they had like all kinds of like inflatables. They had apple cider. They had barbecue. And all this was free because it was at a church. And these mega churches here in town make so much money. Because obviously they have a ton of people. I'm pretty sure their donations are tax-free. But they do provide the community with like big time events. So like that was fun. They had a petting zoo. They had line dancing, which I attempted to do for a little bit.
You did?
They had mini golf because they had somebody teaching it. Like I don't know how to do it. But they paid like an instructor from Nashville to come down and teach everybody to do it. So I don't know the names of these individual line dances. It wasn't the electric slide. But it was a lot of fun. Like, I don't think I'm the best at it, but it's still fun to like use your brain in that way to try to learn something new, especially a skill that I don't use much. Like, I was never a cheerleader or a dancer. So like, it's one of those things where it's like remembering steps. Like, the only choreography I know is like in weightlifting when we do like a barbell complex where it's like snatch into a press into a squat. That's like all I know. So it was definitely a different muscle in my brain that I was using.
I used to be able to dance back in my day. I had some moves. I won a dance competition one time. I won tickets to Six Flags. It was pretty sweet.
Ooh.
Yeah. I mean, that was a big deal when you're a kid, you know? I was dancing with my friend Sherry Barbary, good friend of mine. And so we were in a dance contest, and I mean, I forget how young we were. It was like high school, college. I think it was like late high school. And we got entered in some competition, and we won. It was pretty fun. That was many, many moons ago. I like to dance. It's just one of those things as you get older, you know, there's not a lot of opportunity to do it. And when you're doing it, you're not exactly, you know, doing something outside of slow dancing or something like that. It's not like you're getting down on a dance floor.
See, I like dancing, but I don't want choreographed dances. Like, I don't want people telling me what to do. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, I just want to let loose with some music, right? Like, I don't understand why people want to learn all these dumb TikTok dances, but people love it. I, for one, like to just move with the music. And maybe it's not the best at times, but I have fun, damn it.
Well, it won't be long, I think, before Giants fans are dancing on the grave of Brian Dable after we saw that comeback from the Broncos yesterday. This game, oh my God. The Broncos beat the Giants 33-32. The Giants do cover the 7. Broncos come home, minus 325 on the money line. Total set at 40 the overheads. Broncos shut out for 3 quarters. They trailed 19-0. Then they storm back in the 4th quarter with 33 points.
Nix will take it himself on 1st and 10. Blocked by Bowles. Touchdown, Denver!
That's Kevin Harlan on CBS. Great call as always. Bo Nix accounts for all 4 touchdowns in the 4th. Throws for 2, runs for 2, and then Denver walks it off.
Will Lutz. 39-yard field goal for the win. He got it! Denver's won!
Unbelievable. The 33 fourth quarter points, the most in NFL history by any team that was shut out over the first 3 quarters of play. This is how improbable this comeback was. Teams leading by 18 points in the final 6 minutes of the game had won 1,602 straight games. The Giants, this one is going to stick with them for a long, long time.
Talk about a historic curve breaker, right?
Whoa. Seriously.
1,062
in the NFL.
and 1.
Yeah. That's wild to think about.
But, look at this box score. Even just looking at the box score is just, hilarious to me. 0, 0, 0, 33. And so after the game, it's okay, so what is the more impressive feat? The impressively bad performance from the Giants absolutely choking away this game, or the Broncos to stay in this game? And I still think I land on the Giants being preposterously bad.
They are bad. This just should not happen in the NFL. And I love Patrick Surtain from the Broncos, of course, perhaps the best corner of the game, said afterward, he goes, I ain't going to lie, I lost hope. Well, I love it when guys are honest like that because, how it is in the NFL. They'll say, I never gave up. We never gave up. Or a guy, he had a three-point shot in the NBA, and they'll be like, I knew it was going in. And they always say, I knew it was going in. So I like a guy who's like, yeah, I gave up. I didn't think it was going to happen. 33 points is unbelievable. And that's the kind of game where I know it's only one game, but it can propel you if you're the Broncos in one direction, where all of a sudden, it lights a fire under you, and you use that as a springboard. And then conversely, if you're the Giants, that's just an absolute killer because early on, Jackson Dart was playing well. Cam Scatterbo got in the end zone again. Nobody's going to remember any of that.
And you even had a lead with 37 seconds left. Because that's the thing.
Man.
We could have thrown all of this behind us in the rearview mirror if you would have won the game.
Yeah.
But you didn't. And it was one final collapse by the defense where, Jenks, I'm sure you saw this in the ESPN article. It's Brian Burns was going back and forth and saying hey, we should have done this instead of that. And even after the game, he was still very bitter about the way that defense was lined up schematically. Mm-hmm. So I know sometimes we talk about bad teams and how sometimes it's just a matter of talent. And sometimes the teams just don't have the pieces to work with. And then you see some of the exciting young pieces on the Giants and you see a collapse like this. That's when you get your finger out and you point it directly at Brian Daboll.
Yes, you do. It will fall on him ultimately, regardless of who's calling the defenses, regardless of how things shake out, regardless of who turns the ball over. At the end of the day, if you give up 33 points in one quarter, that is on you, and it's another reason why Brian Daboll, I don't think, is long for the G-men. How about the Eagles and the Vikings yesterday in Minneapolis? The Eagles win at 28-22. Eagles laying 2. They were minus 130 on the money line. Total set at 44, the overheads. Philly bouncing back from back-to-back losses thanks to a spectacular day from Jalen Hurts.
5 on the pressure. Hurts throws down the seam. A.J. Brown touchdown!
Call courtesy of Fox. Hurts, 19-23. Perfect passer rating, hits A.J. Brown for 2 touchdowns, finds Devontae Smith for a 79-yard score. Smith racks up a career-high 183 yards receiving, and this was a revenge game for Carson Wentz, I guess. Starting instead of J.J. McCarthy, who is dealing with an ankle sprain. But if you are an Eagles backer, if you are an Eagles fan, Saquon did not do much, but A.J. Brown with 2 touchdowns, Devontae Smith going deep, Jalen Hurts looked great. This is exactly what the Eagles needed.
Oh, absolutely. Just showing us that there is still a sign of life from the reigning Super Bowl champs to where when they want to turn it on, it is still absolutely there. And I think that's the scary part about the Eagles is that we know they've had their issues, but still, we're only in the month of October. There's plenty of time for them to get it right. I think I was looking at this the other day. There was a stretch in the season last year where I think they lost 3 of 4 games, but they still went on to win the Super Bowl. So that's the thing in the NFL. There are some of these teams that aren't going to look pretty and perfect during the regular season, and they can still go on to win a Super Bowl. And the Eagles are 5-2. I feel like I always have to double check that because people just are always like, oh, the Eagles are so terrible. The numbers are, disastrous. But at the end of the day in the NFL, as long as you make it to the playoffs, you got a chance. And especially with some of the talent that they have. This is a team that just won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And Jenks, remember on Thursday night when we were going crazy over, who was it, Jamar Chase, who had 162 yards. We're like, oh my God, he had 23 targets. Devonta Smith in this game had 183 yards. What a masterclass. This was the best receiving performance of the entire weekend.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about the Eagles. The Eagles are such a strange team. They're a good team, and sometimes they look great, and then sometimes they look completely mediocre which I guess you could use to describe a lot of teams in the NFL, but the difference is those teams aren't the defending world champions, right? So the Eagles, if they can put it together, they're obviously going to be a threat at 10-1. You're getting some value on them. I just cannot figure them out. You know?
Well, all that's out in the world. The same. Yeah. It's the same thing we've been saying about the Chiefs, is it not? Like for the past 5 years, where it's like, oh, the Chiefs aren't dominating anymore. And then like last year, who gets into the Super Bowl? The Chiefs. I understand they got curb stomped by the Eagles, but it's one of those things where they still deserve that credit, you know, to where if they even show flashes of greatness, we know they've been to the postseason before, and we know they can perform against the best teams in the NFL. So it's just, again, you look across the NFL and there are not many teams that you look at and you're like, oh, they have been dominant every single week, with the exception of who? Maybe the Colts, which is crazy.
Well, with the Chiefs, I feel like the Chiefs are figuring it out. Like, they just looked awesome yesterday. And yeah, it's the Raiders, but I feel like the Chiefs are finally like figuring it out. All right, we got Rashee Rice back. We're clicking. We're motivated. Now it's, you know, it's all gas, which is why they're the favorites now at plus 550. But with the Eagles, it's like, you guys going to win again? You know, a streak? Is Jalen Hurts going to start throwing it around now? Is A.J. Brown going to be happy? Or are you guys going to go back into a shell next week and look like you can't move the football? I don't know. One thing I do know is that, I mean, it's the Eagles, right? But all the talent is there. And also, they kind of did this last year, too. You know, where A.J. was unhappy. Nick Sirianni was clapping back at fans. You're like, what's going on with the Eagles? And then they just ratchet it up a notch because they have the talent. So maybe that's what they'll do again. Regardless, 5-2. Next up for Philly, home game against the G-Men. The Vikings visit the Chargers on Thursday Night Football. Speaking of the Chargers, crushed by the Colts yesterday, 38-24. Indy getting a 1.5. Indy plus 110 on the money line. Total set at 48 and a hook. And Jonathan Taylor, as he has done all season, running wild.
On a handoff for Taylor. Big hole. Taylor is gone. Touchdown, Colts.
Highlight courtesy of CBS. Jonathan Taylor, 16 carries, 94 yards, averaging almost 6 yards a carry, racking up 3 touchdowns. Indiana Jones at it again, 23 of 34, 2 touchdowns, no picks. The Indianapolis Colts, I'm pointing at you, your arch rival, Indianapolis Colts, lead the NFL with 6 wins. They snapped their 5-game losing skid in Los Angeles. The Colts? I keep not wanting to believe in the Colts. I think it's time to believe in the Colts.
Yeah, there's too much evidence.
Yeah.
Like, there's too much evidence for the Colts. We are too deep in the season for you to say, oh, well, it's just a fluke. You know, they're going to, revert back to the mean, and Daniel Jones is going to turn back into a pumpkin. Because the thing is, it's not just Daniel Jones, it's everything around him as well. That offensive line has given him all kinds of time to throw. They have opened up all kinds of holes for Jonathan Taylor, who doesn't even need them. Like, Jonathan Taylor, once upon a time, was one of the best running backs in the NFL, and now it feels like he is back to that level. So it's just one of those things where it feels like a complete team. And so now the question is, are you still getting enough value to maybe put a bet on the Colts? I do think the Colts at 5-1 to win the AFC is still a very solid bet, because, Jenks, you know my strategy when it comes to betting in the futures market is that if the Colts even make it to the AFC Championship game, you have one side of the coin at 5-1. And I think there is a very good shot that the Colts are going to make it that far, especially because the AFC South, I know the Jags have had some good wins, but man, they feel very inconsistent to me. So I think the Colts have a good shot to win the AFC South, and I think they have a good chance to win the AFC Championship.
I mean, to win the AFC Championship plus 550? Maybe a sprinkle on the Super Bowl at 12-1? God, I can't get that through my head. Like, when I hear Colts in the Super Bowl, I'm like, does not compute. Colts in the Super Bowl? That can't happen, right? That can't happen. But to win the AFC plus 550? But then again, if they win the AFC, which I think is a much stronger conference, then they could win the Super Bowl. So why not go Super Bowl at 12-1?
Well, because all they have to do is make it to the AFC Championship game, and then I can hedge. I'm super conservative when it comes to futures bets. I also think that the AFC is missing like some key players. The fact that Lamar Jackson, has missed games, the Ravens look like they're in the dumpster. Obviously, the Bengals are still in it. Like, I'm not going to pronounce them dead yet just because what we saw with Joe Flacco. But still, it's not the Bengals with Joe Burrow. Like, it's not like the huge, red alert threat that we normally see in the AFC. So it's the Bills, it's the Chiefs. And other than that, it's okay. I think it is the Colts. Like, I think that's a very fair assessment to have him like third shortest in the odds. Like the Broncos, I know that was a huge win for him yesterday, but their offense still looks a little stagnant. Hell, the Ravens are right behind him. They're 12-1, and they've had a disaster of a season thus far. So I think the Colts do have a chance.
I love that you said the line, which is true. I'm not going to count out the Bengals with Joe Flacco. I'm like, what year? What? Where am I? What? But look,
he was slinging it.
Yeah, absolutely. He looked awesome. Coming up next on the show, how about a little Monday MVP and a player you probably never heard of? And a few you have. Next on the Daily Tip on a BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Coming up on the show, if someone had a great weekend, you're going to hear about it. We'll fire up the candidates and name our Monday MVP. Oh, my God. I know it is not a Whine About It Wednesday, but Lord o' mercy. So Denton made a great suggestion over the weekend because, as I said last week, the lovely Catherine went to Arlington to look for another wedding dress. Not another wedding dress, but perhaps a replacement for her original selection. So I was like, okay, I'll go down the street. I'll watch some football. So I went to Theismann's, which is what D-Day recommended. Great place, sat at the bar. Watched, what did I watch? Oh, Vanderbilt and LSU. Watched that and Oklahoma and South Carolina. So I'm sitting there waiting for the lovely Catherine. There was a woman next to me, Chelsea. So, oh my God. She has her laptop at the bar. She's not there to watch any sports. She's got her laptop next to me. I'm trying to focus on the game, and I try to be chill. She's playing on YouTube loudly some sort of murder mystery, like some YouTube show. It's loud. She's not watching the game. And I look over. She's not even watching her laptop. She's playing some sort of word game on her phone. I'm like, what? Just do that at home. Do that at home. I don't understand. You know, so people are trying to listen, watch the game, and instead I hear some sort of British mystery next to me, and I look over, and she's not even watching. Oh, it was driving me crazy.
People who listen to things full volume in public, like including speakerphone.
Oh my God.
I've heard this all the time. Like, it's wild how much I feel like people talk about it, and yet people still do it. So I don't know if like there's just no shame or what, but Jenks, I see this all the time when I'm running on the track at the Y, and people will listen to podcasts without headphones. And it's like, how to improve your daily productivity. And I'm hearing it over my music. You know, so like I'm listening to my music. I'm trying to like work out and exercise. And this person's just listening to this podcast. Like, get headphones. Nobody wants to hear your podcast.
Oh, my God. Seriously.
Unless it's ours.
Unless it's ours. And then obviously full blast. Let everyone hear it. And while you're listening to it, tell everyone about it, preferably with a megaphone. I love the daily tip, guys. Are you guys hearing this? Wow. That's what I want to hear. Also, you missed this, D-Day. Great call on Theismann's. Great call. Yeah.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good menu, good spot, good area.
Oh, man.
All right, what'd you get to eat?
Oh, what did I get? All right. Well, first I start with a Bloody Mary, which is one of the best Bloody Marys I've ever had because it had like asparagus, like bacon, some ham. Like it was just all gussied up. That was amazing. But then they have like $29 all-you-can-eat brunch. So I got sliders. I got some breakfast tacos. I got some, what else did I get? Oh, there were also like some chicken bites, but they're like honey fried chicken biscuits. Oh my God, it was so good. Crushed that. And then Catherine came down after she went to the bridal place, which was like a 7-minute walk. I mean, she sat with me for a while and she got the mimosa taster. We had a great time.
That sounds amazing.
It was great.
I think brunch buffets are my favorite type of buffet. So I don't know if this was a buffet or just all you can eat. But, like, brunch is truly the best of both worlds. Like, if they have a buffet in heaven, it's definitely a brunch buffet.
Oh, absolutely. And also for me, I'm always looking for different places to visit, and this is right off the metro. So I will absolutely be back. I had a great time. Great time. And, by the way, Catherine got that dress, by God. She got a different dress. So she's sending the other one back. Now she seems much happier. God bless it. She's finally settled in, I think. Let's settle in and cast some votes for what we saw over the weekend.
Here are your nominees for Monday MVP.
Okay. I'm going to get things started. Normally, we name our candidate, and then we have a soundbite to go with it. No soundbite here. Do you know why? Because I'm going way out there for someone who deserves it. Monty Quinn. You're saying to yourself the same thing I said when I saw this headline. Who is Monty Quinn? He is a running back for Curry College, I believe, in Milton, Massachusetts. That's for you, Dylan, up there in Mass. Division III, Curry College. So Curry College beat Nichols 71-27 on Saturday. Monty Quinn rushed for a college record 522 yards on 20 carries, 7 touchdowns. 5 of his touchdowns, more than 50 yards. 2 of them topped 80 yards. And because this game was such a blowout, he didn't play in the final 9 minutes and 23 seconds of the game. I don't care what division you play in. I don't care who you're playing. I don't care who you play for. When you rush for more than 500 yards in a game and you even sit out the majority of the fourth quarter, you were doing something really special. Nobody's going to remember this compared to the big names that we saw over the weekend, but Monty Quinn, I got you. You are our Monday MVP. What a performance.
I thought you were going to go full-on quote of the Backstreet Boys. I don't care who you are. All right, so I do care who you are, and I need an absolute superstar. And how do you not go with Shohei Ohtani?
Oh, my goodness! Shohei Ohtani! Wow! Up and over the roof! A majestic blast! Ohtani dropped jaws everywhere! And it's 4-0 Dodgers!
Oh my goodness is right. In fact, I said some words that made me need to go to church on Sunday after watching what Ohtani did on Friday night for the Dodgers. So let's put into perspective what Ohtani did. So first of all, let's just list his stats as if that's not impressive enough. So 6 shutout innings with 10 strikeouts as a pitcher. And then on the other side, as a hitter, 3 home runs in this game that sends the Dodgers to the World Series. So in the biggest of stakes, Ohtani delivers this type of performance. And you're saying, okay, that sounds pretty good. All right, so let's put some historical perspective in this. So baseball, Major League Baseball has been around since 1876. Only 12 hitters ever in the history of MLB have hit 3 home runs in a postseason game. Only 26 pitchers in the history of baseball had ever recorded 10-plus strikeouts, 2 or fewer hits, and no runs in a postseason starts. Shohei Ohtani is the only player ever in the history of baseball to do both of these things in the same game. And mind you, this was not a meaningless game against the Marlins. This was the NLCS, the clinching game for the Dodgers. Are you kidding me? Including that one that went out of the stadium. I am running out of words to describe Shohei Ohtani, and I understand it's Monday and this happened on Friday, but I'm not going to shut up about Ohtani. He is a generational player, and of course, he's going to be the MVP of my Monday.
Nice. All right.
All right. We're going overseas for mine. It's Matthew Stafford, Rams quarterback.
And he's throwing for it. It's Adams, and we have history. Davante Adams' 3rd touchdown reception of the day.
Matthew Stafford throws 5 touchdowns for an overseas record in a game. Goes 21 for 33 for 182 yards. 3 of those touchdowns to Davante Adams in a complete mollywhopping of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Nice. D-Day.
I'm saying in the NFL, I also have learned over the course of the last 5 minutes, thanks to Chelsea's MVP pick, that I need to use the word majestic a lot more in my daily vocabulary because hearing something described as that is fantastic. Not just for horses. I'm going Patrick Mahomes, the quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Looks left, throws left, and it is caught by Rice for his 2nd touchdown of the game.
So first and foremost, I feel like an idiot for not putting my mortgage on a Rashid Rice touchdown. You knew that was going to happen at some point today. #free4. But Mahomes was awesome. They beat down the lowly Raiders. He goes for 3 touchdowns. But guys, you also did what I think is my new favorite bit in the NFL. It's the king of petty, and I love petty. They got a 4th and 1 around midfield, and Mahomes is getting to the line of scrimmage, and he's hard counting, and then he gets up loud as hell and yells, "This effing never effing works," to throw the Raiders off, and then they snap the football and they get the first down. That's the king of petty. I love it. So Mahomes is my guy for MVP Monday.
Just screaming irrationally. I need to add that to my repertoire. Just like in the cash out or the checkout line. This never swipe. Like, full jaw. And they're like, we weren't watching. We don't care. Please get on with your day. But we had some great candidates. A lot of great performances.
Oh, man.
But like, Jenks, I was looking at this rundown last night. I was like, okay, somebody's already picked Ohtani. I'm going to have to like make a case for some other schmo over the weekend. Nobody wanted to pick Ohtani? I can't believe it.
Well, I think it was somebody was going to choose Ohtani. And plus, you're the baseball gal. I figured Chelsea will probably go with Ohtani. And also, I kind of wanted to give a little credit to someone who's never going to get any credit. Like, if Monty Quinn can't win this weekend, when can a kid win? But you're right. Ohtani was, I watched that those highlights, like, I don't know how many times. Like, again and again and again and again, because I just couldn't believe it. And I loved watching the reaction of Ohtani's teammates. When you see professional baseball players, major leaguers, and their minds are blown, like Freddie Freeman just like shaking his head and smiling, like, I don't know what to say. I've seen everything, but I've never seen this.
Right. It's crazy that it's like set in Hollywood, but like even Hollywood's like reactions aren't as good as that. Like even the reactions on like Maury, okay, maybe those reactions are a little better, but still, the fact that the players were resembling that, it was incredible.
Yeah. I mean, it was remarkable. And also, I think that's the best performance in baseball since Ohtani had, his 50-50 game? Like, the last time we saw something like this was Ohtani, which is just stupid, you know? It's like, remember that time Shohei Ohtani did something? It was the best performance since we saw Shohei Ohtani do something.
Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah. Ohtani. Like, it's ridiculous at this point.
Did you also see the report that someone put out that they've already made back the $700 million because of all of the crazy merchandise that goes on here with them winning and then in Japan?
I absolutely
believe it.
That's insane.
Only Ohtani. Unbelievable. Coming up next on the show, back to pro football we go. Oh, the NFL is at it again. 2 games on the schedule for Monday Night Football. We're going to look at them both. Hour 2 next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Rise and shine, people. It's time to get the week going. It's a Monday, and we know Mondays suck, but they suck a whole lot less. We have 2 Monday Night Football games and a Game 7 in the ALCS when it comes to baseball. We, of course, have bets for all of them, plus some of the betting lessons we learned over the weekend and the NFL. And, Jenks, let me start with this one.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like over the course of, my betting career, it is such a mental gymnastics game trying to look at some of these lines, and when you see something on the surface and you say, that line seems so obvious. Like, here's an example over the weekend. The Patriots laying 7 against the Titans. As somebody who watches the Titans on a regular basis, and sometimes I feel like I'm a little too critical of my own teams, and this is why I did not go on the best bets. But, that line seems so obvious, and you know what? It was an obvious bet. So when I look at these Monday night games, I see both of these lines, and I kind of lean a direction. I'm like, why are the Bucs getting 6 points? And you think to yourself, okay, I don't fancy myself smarter than the books, so what am I missing here? Did you feel this way when you saw this line?
Yeah, I have no idea. And the money keeps coming in on the Lions, too. I don't know what I'm missing here, which makes me nervous. And I will say this, if you are convinced, if you can make a case for your side, which I feel like you can absolutely make a case for Tampa Bay, then it's okay to go against the money because sometimes that means you just get better value. But it is concerning, particularly when you're talking about how good Tampa Bay is, because you can make an argument this is the best team in the NFC. Some people think this is the best team in the National Football League, and they're getting 6 points. I don't know what I'm missing. Maybe the odds makers know something. Maybe they're hearing something. Whatever it is, it makes me nervous.
It just feels like you look at the injury report and you're like, okay, well, Mike Evans is supposed to be coming back. That is a positive for the Bucs, who have been missing a ton of receivers. And then I feel like I've been trying to make the sabotage case for the Bucs for the past few weeks in a row, because I remember, I think it was the first game after the Eagles. It was against the Seahawks on the road. And I was saying to myself, okay, going from Tampa to Seattle is a long trip. And you just played the Eagles in a really physical game. Maybe this is the spot where Tampa Bay loses this one. But no, they win that one in a thriller, 38-35 on the road. And then you say, okay, back-to-back really enthralling but physical and challenging games. So you play the Eagles and lose, and then you play in this absolute, shootout against Seattle in Seattle. And you're like, okay, maybe they, lose their gas in this next one. They're laying 3.5 against the Niners, and they win that one 30-19. So it just, every time I find a sabotage factor, it's just I'm proven wrong. It seems very similar to what we're seeing with the Indianapolis Colts, where you say, okay, at some point they're going to run out of gas. At some point they're going to look bad and they're going to fall flat on their faces. But I think I've come to this conclusion is that teams like Tampa Bay and Indianapolis are just not teams that get a ton of credit. So I am willing to overlook some of these situational things and say, hey, maybe they're not getting credit in the market simply because they're a mid-market team and they're not really viewed as one of those contenders. So I think I'm still on Tampa Bay getting 6 against the Lions tonight, even schematically. You look at this Bucs run defense, they're one of the best in the league, and the Lions, I feel like, need to establish the run to get that offense and get all those trick plays, able to be thrown in there. So it just feels like one of those games where I'm going to take the 6.
Yeah, I am too. And the Lions are banged up in the secondary. 2 of their starting corners are out. Terrion Arnold is out. Avonte Maddox is out. So while a lot of the focus will be on the Buccaneers and saying, okay, they don't have all of their full complement of weapons on offense. I get that, but also Baker Mayfield at the level that he's playing should be able to take advantage of that Lions secondary. And as we've seen, Baker is doing that thing which MVP quarterbacks do, which we saw Tom Brady do, which we've seen Josh Allen do, where it sort of just doesn't matter who's playing receiver. He's going to find a way to make it happen. And also he can use his feet as well. So I know this number opened with the Lions laying 5.5. Now it's Lions -6, and Detroit is very dangerous on the turf. But, man, this is just way too many points for me to not go with Tampa Bay. And, again, I also think because of game script, when you mentioned that Tampa Bay run defense, I think we could see a lot of props hit if you're looking at the passing game. Maybe the over is a good play as well. This should be a really exciting game.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself, okay, if I don't want to put my money on the Bucks +6, maybe just go with the over. Like 52.5 is a pretty healthy total. But here's the thing, like we know Baker can absolutely sling it. I was also looking at his passing yardage prop. I think that's worth a look as well because he's had some really big passing totals. 256, 379, 289, and 233 are his last 4 games. And, 3 of those coming in wins. So that's the thing is that if you do believe in this line and you say, okay, maybe the Bucks are going to be playing from behind, he should have an even greater chance to eclipse his passing total, which is set at 240.5, especially now that Mike Evans is back in the fold. I do think Baker is going to be throwing the ball quite a bit. But I don't know. I cannot come to a conclusion, where the Lions are the play in this one. Maybe you could look at some anytime touchdowns, like Mike Evans at even money for an anytime touchdown. That feels like great value because we know that Baker Mayfield loves throwing in his direction when it comes to the red zone. And plus, when a total is 52.5, those are the games when you should be looking at props if you like playing overs.
Yes. This is going to be a great prop game, I think. I mean, look at the individual offensive talent and just think about game script. I mean, already when you see a total at 52.5, I mean, my God, doesn't that just scream like, hey, find some guys who are going to get the football and just bet on them?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Especially even if you look at the Lions side of things, because I know I kind of touched on Baker Mayfield a bit, but when you have a Bucs defense that's so stout against the run, you look at the receivers for the Lions. And I understand, like, according to the game script, according to the odds makers, that the Lions will be playing from ahead. But still, the Lions are a team that, in my mind, even when they're ahead, it doesn't feel like they take their foot off the gas pedal. So I feel like that's not even a sabotage factor for me. The only thing is that sometimes Jared Goff can spread the ball around a little bit. So the line for Amon St. Brown is 78.5. Is somebody who has lost a lot of receiver bets by like somebody going for 70 or 68. That's a little high for me, but I mean, you look at all these weapons, like that's the only sabotage factor for some of these is that the Lions have so many weapons that sometimes, because Jahmyr Gibbs is so good, he can take away some of, the carries and the catches from some of the other guys. So I don't think I'm playing anything on the Lions end, but you could certainly convince me to.
I really like Baker Mayfield's passing yardage total over 240 and a hook. I mean, he's hit this in 3 straight. If you look at the Lions defense, they're ranked 14th against the pass, and they're without 2 of their starting corners. It just feels like a game where if you think the Buccaneers are going to be playing from behind, it sort of looks that way. Baker's going to go to the air, and I think he can get this number.
Yeah, that's one of the ones that I had mentioned, and it seems like that's not even game script dependent.
Right.
Because 3 of the 4 that, or I guess it would be 2 of the 3, were in wins. One of those was a game they went 30-19, 17 of 23 for 256 yards. So averaging 11.1 yards per throw. And that's the thing. Like, he's been getting the ball down the field. And I think because of his ability to scramble, it opens up things down the field. We haven't mentioned his rushing prop. He hasn't been quite as formidable on the ground as last few. 14, 15, and 13 yards. I'm not sure what his rush prop is tonight, but it's not my favorite. I do think he's going to have to throw it a little bit more. But, Jenks, is there anything else in this game that you'll be betting on before we move on to the Texans and Seahawks?
I think that's probably the main one. And I would also say, can you bet on, I think you could find, you might have to look around, like total yards for Baker Mayfield. because with the way that he's playing, if you can get maybe an all-purpose yards bet, you probably just search for that one. But that might not be a bad one either because, we saw that dramatic highlight last week where he rushes for that first down and he's shaking off hits and he's diving. Because of this game being in prime time, because it's the Lions, because of the way he's been willing this team to win, I feel like it could be one of those where if you get a better number or a number that's more suitable, for what you're looking for, then a total yardage, rushing and passing for Baker Mayfield might be worth a look anyway. I just think he's going to have a huge game.
His rushing prop is pretty high, or at least compared to the other weeks, 19.5. So the thing is, if he's rushing for 15 or 14 yards, I think you just stick to the passing one. Don't try to get cute with it. Because obviously, if you do passing plus rushing, it's going to be a higher number. So I don't know. I just feel like there could be a game in which he only rushes for, 14 yards or something.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's not my favorite of those. But I do like the passing one quite a bit. All right, so I kind of have the same theory on this next game. So Texans and Seahawks squaring off in Seattle. Seahawks land 3, total of 41. So, Jenks, I see this game. I'm like, Seahawks are a much better team. Mm-hmm. I don't believe in the Texans. I do believe in Sam Darnold. And very similar to what we see with Tampa Bay and Baker Mayfield, I still feel like this is a team and a quarterback where people do not want to give them credit. So, Jenks, are you laying the 3 with the Seahawks here?
Yeah, oh man. I came into the show thinking small card, but I don't know. The more we talk about these bets, I like the Seahawks laying 3. And I think you're absolutely right. I feel like people just look at Seattle and they look at Sam Darnold. It's like that game against the Bucs a couple weeks ago where Seattle was taking on Tampa Bay, and that was a great football game. And Baker Mayfield was playing out of his mind. Sam Darnold was playing out of his mind. And then Sam Darnold has one interception at the end of the game where he throws it. It bounces off a defender's helmet. It's picked off. That ends the game. And people are like, oh, that's classic Sam Darnold. I'm like, dude, he completed 80% of his passes. The Seahawks scored 35 points. What else do you want? This season, he has 11 touchdowns and 3 picks. He has been remarkable. It's time to just accept the fact that Sam Darnold is a really good NFL quarterback. He wasn't until he was. You can say the same thing about Baker Mayfield. This is a former number 1 overall pick who was tossed away to the garbage heap, was struggling in Carolina for a while, and now he's in the MVP discussion, just like Sam Darnold was in the MVP discussion last year. He is a good quarterback, and people just don't give him credit for that. I think this is a short number. The Seahawks are 4-2. This is a really good team, and I think the under is going to hit, too. I think it's going to be a lower-scoring game because the Texans are really good up front, but ultimately, I just don't know if the Texans have enough to keep up with Seattle offensively, so I'm going to lay the 3 with the Seahawks.
Yeah, the Texans don't want this turning into a track meet because those are not the games that they win. I know you see the box score for their last game, and they have had a couple weeks to prepare. Their last game on October 5th against the Ravens, they won 44-10, but come on, it's the Ravens, and it feels like the Ravens are just floundering right now. So it's a Texans team that I still have some question marks on. Because in most of these games, they're struggling to score 20 points. It's a team that has a really suspect offensive line, but the numbers say this. And I think some of these numbers are maybe skewed by playing some bad competition as well. So the Texans, according to the numbers, are really good against the pass. If you look at fantasy numbers or whatever, they're allowing the second fewest passing yards to opposing quarterbacks, the second fewest receiving yards to opposing wide receivers. And I understand it does make sense with Derek Stingley Jr. on the secondary, but still, some of these offenses they played, and the fact that they got the Rams the first game of the season, I just feel like that was a tune-up game. Then they play the Jags, the Titans. They played the Bucs early in the season. The Bucs still put 20 on them. So I just have some question marks about the Texans, but at the end of the day, I just don't really trust their offense, and I do trust the Seahawks and that offense. I do think Jackson Smith and Jigba can have a big game in this one. So I think I'm leaning Seahawks here. I'm not a huge fan of the total because I do think I would lean towards the under here, but 41 is pretty low, especially for a Seahawks offense that I feel can score in a hurry.
Yeah, I think so as well. The only thing that gives me a little bit of pause is that, and you did touch on this, is that the Texans are really good against the pass. But at the same time, when you talk about Kenneth Walker, I think that the Seahawks can be balanced enough to kind of throw the Texans off. And sometimes that's what you do, right? You hand it off and you create that balance on offense, which opens things up offensively, particularly in the passing game. And I think that's what's going to happen here. So the more I think about it, the more we talk about it. Yeah, I want to lay the 3 with Seattle.
Yeah, both these seem too obvious, though. Like, that's the only thing that scares me. It's like when I first saw this, I was like, okay, Seahawks -3. Okay, Bucks +6. So we'll see. We'll see if our instincts are right, and we'll see if we play a big old card tonight in the NFL. All right, coming up next, time to switch gears to baseball. The 2 best words in sports. It is Game 7 in the ALCS. We give your bets for that next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back on a Monday, October the 20th. And listen, I understand Monday night means Monday Night Football, but in baseball, if you even like baseball a little bit, we have a Game 7 and an absolutely riveting series between the Mariners and the Blue Jays. And listen, both these franchises have been absolutely gunning for a shot at the World Series because it would mean history for both of these teams. The Mariners have never been to a World Series, and for the Blue Jays, they haven't been since 1993. And I was thinking to myself, Jenks, I was like, oh, that's probably like right when Vladdy Jr. was born. No, Vladdy Jr. was born in 1999.
Huh. Whoa.
This makes me feel old. Like, I remember that song, We're Gonna Party Like It's 1999. So instead of that, I just now feel sad. But do we have that picture of cute Vladdy Jr. as a child? Maybe that'll make me feel better. But it does feel like the roster of the Blue Jays, like it for a while, it was like the legacy team because it was like Bo Bichette, it was Vladdy Jr. I feel like there was one more guy that maybe had a dad in the big leagues. But it was like the young prodigies. And now it's been a few years, and now it feels like they're finally getting to that level. So it just feels like, I don't want to say desperation, but it feels like both these fan bases are just clamoring for a shot at the World Series. And meanwhile, the Dodgers are just like kick back and relax, in a lounge chair saying, oh, you guys are still playing? Oh, we swept our series. We'll be waiting for you in the World Series. Good luck. We have a payroll of $321 million.
That's so cute that you guys are still playing. We're just sitting here counting our cash, waiting to crown ourselves as champions again. Yeah, the Dodgers look like a juggernaut, so I don't know what's going to happen in the World Series. Until then, I'm just going to enjoy tonight.
It's a good way to look at it. And listen, if you're a fan of the Mariners and the Blue Jays, it has been a great season. No matter how you slice it, obviously it will end in heartbreak for somebody. But we're not sure who. Because, Jenks, I will say from a handicapping standpoint, this has been a really difficult series to predict. In some of these games, we've played totals, and I will say both of the last two games have ended exactly in scores 6-2. So the total tonight is 7.5.
Yep.
But listen, this is a Game 7. And one of those things in elimination games across the sports landscape is usually that these games tend to play closer to the vest, and they're lower scoring. But with both of these offenses, Jenks, like the Blue Jays offense is still averaging over 7 runs a game this postseason, which is wild. Then we've seen what the Mariners offense can do. So it's just one of those games where I feel like I don't have a great handle on it. If you look at the money line prices, Toronto short favorites in this one at -125. So the odds makers do believe in the Blue Jays here. They are playing this game at home. If you believe in the Mariners, +105 is the price. But Jenks, I don't think I'm picking a side in this one. Like, there is a reason the series went to 7 games.
Yeah.
And from a betting standpoint, I don't want coin flips. I want sure things, and nothing feels for sure in this game.
God, I don't know. I would lean towards the Blue Jays, I guess, just because I feel like the Jays have all the momentum. Their bats have come alive, and then all the pressure is going to be on the Mariners, I feel like. They're on the road. They're the only team which has never won a pennant. They've had a magical season. I feel like they are going to feel the screws tighten more than the Blue Jays. But I'm like you. I'd rather bet on a total, and I like the over in this game with the way both of these sides can swing the bat. And I understand it's a Game 7. They tend to be tight, but not with these two teams. I'm going over.
I think one of these offenses is going to score like 6 runs. Like, that's what we've seen, right? Like, sometimes I can't predict which side of the coin it's going to be, but I do think one of these teams are going to do the heavy lifting when it comes to a total. So let me ask you this. Have you investigated if we could get a 7? Because 7.5 is the listed total. Over 7 is -150. Is that where you're going?
Yep, but you can find it at -148. That's what I was looking at right now. Oh, yeah,
gotta pinch those 2 pennies.
Yeah, hey, whatever it takes. 2 pennies, 2 pennies. You save your pennies, then you end up with a nickel. I mean, I don't know. That's not a phrase. But yeah, I'm going to go over 7 -148. It is now. We just created it here on the show. Guess what? You save your pennies, you end up with a nickel. You save your nickels, you end up with a dime. Next thing you know, easy living and early retirement in Boca Raton. I don't know.
Right. Just as long as you're not spending all your money on avocado toast and coffees. I feel like that's the financial advice that I've been handed out for the last 5 years, like millennials in their coffee and avocado toast. But back to this game, like if you are looking at for some matchup advice here, the storyline from the starting pitcher standpoint is that George Kirby is going to have some demons to face in this one. Last time around, he's already pitched in this series. This is a rematch, I believe, of Game 3, where George Kirby and the Mariners lost 13-4. Kirby gave up 8 earned runs and only 4 innings of work, and Shane Bieber was good in that one. So we've seen a bad game from Shane Bieber this postseason, but it wasn't in that game against the Mariners. So this is the pitching matchup that we get tonight. But Jenks, it's been tough because we have seen these roller coaster performances from some of these starting pitchers. Like even last night with Trey Savage going for the Blue Jays, coming off a really bad performance and then bouncing back in a big way for a big performance for the Blue Jays. So it's one of those things where you look at George Kirby and you say, okay, maybe that was an anomaly. And there has been games in which George Kirby has been very good. And even though he is a young guy, he has pitched, I think, in 3 elimination games thus far in his young career for the Mariners. So it's not like he hasn't been to this stage before. It just, for me, it's a matter of like which lineup just gets hot. So I don't really have a feeling in this one, but I will say this. If we're talking about totals, the real sabotage factor for and over is 2 pitchers who absolutely deal. Like we don't need 7 shutout innings from anybody, but I feel like that's not common. Like, even when you see these guys who, even Shane Bieber, who looked really good last start, once you start to see the same pitcher over and over again, I do feel like the advantage goes to the hitter. So I think Shane Bieber can be good in this one, but I think he can still give up a couple of runs.
Well, and you know what? The numbers bear that out. He's given up at least 2 runs in 5 straight appearances. So he'll be consistent, but he will get hit. And there are some pitchers who are just like that, right? He's not going to pitch 5 2/3, 6 shutout innings. That's just not what he does. And he won't go past 6 innings in this game. But also that's important to remember because if he's going to get hit, and if George Kirby is going to get hit, which I think is going to happen, then that lends itself to betting an over. So if you want to bet it at 7 and a hook and not lay the juice, I totally get that. I think that's a perfect play. Just the way this series has gone, and if you look at these starting pitchers, it's harder for me to make a case for the under outside of, hey, it's a Game 7.
Well, and even if you think, hey, that these guys are going to have really short leashes, like you're threatening me with Luis Castillo, who gave up like 3 runs and 2 1/3 last time out. Oh, and Bryce Miller, who did do well on Friday, 1 run over 4+, but still, like, you're not threatening me with Tariq Skubal, So it just feels like these guys can certainly come in and give up some runs as well. So it's one of those games where, again, I feel like runs are the way to go. I will say from a hitter standpoint, maybe some hitters to single out. We know George Springer has been like Mr. October. Like he's tied with Bernie Williams for like the most career postseason home runs. I think he's like in the top 5 list. Would not shock me if he has a big game in this one. I would imagine his hits plus runs plus RBI is going to be 1.5. I think that is a solid play, especially for somebody who's leading off. He's usually in the leadoff spot, so he can score some runs in this game. If you think it's the Blue Jays side of the coin that's going to score some runs. Or, what a storybook ending we'd have for the Mariners if we have a big game from Cal Raleigh, and he's been good this postseason. Like in the regular season, it was all about the home runs for him. But during the course of the postseason, the hits have been there as well. So, if you want to play props, I think those are 2 guys to certainly consider.
Yeah. And Raleigh was not great last night. I think he had 3 strikeouts in the game. So not that I'm pressing for the do theory, but as we've seen throughout the entire postseason, these big-name stars, after a bad performance or after a couple games of struggling, tend to ball out, which is another reason why I like the over here. I'm really big on the over, and I'm really curious to see how the Mariners handle this pressure. Like, I think it's a real thing, because if you're Toronto, you've been in this spot before. Historically, I think Seattle, they know and they feel the pressure of history. And certainly it's just one game. I mean, it's a long series, but when you're talking about Seattle, you're talking about a franchise that has never been in this spot. They know it. We know it. The Blue Jays know it. And last night, remember, they had 3 errors in that game.
Yeah.
Twice they had the bases loaded. And twice they grounded into inning-ending double plays. So I wonder if that pressure was a factor last night. Maybe it wasn't. But certainly 3 errors in a Game 6 doesn't bode well for Game 7, which is why, again, I'm kind of leaning Blue Jays here. But there's no question a guy like Cal Raleigh could step up. I just hope we see a great Game 7. I'm excited about the game, but again, I don't feel comfortable with the side here. I'm just going to bet on the over.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. It's funny that you mentioned the errors because sometimes like that's the way that you see the pressure unfold. But it does feel like kind of an anomaly because I was looking at like the past 2 games before that and the Mariners didn't have any errors. So maybe it's one of those one-off games where it was just, a sloppy game and maybe they'll tighten things up. But again, like in betting, when I don't feel great about either side, that means I shouldn't be betting on it. So I'm probably not going to pick a side, but I do think it's going to be very, very entertaining. And we will just hope for runs because wouldn't that be more entertaining anyways? So we will go with the over in that game. All right, so over the weekend, the big story in Kansas City is that the Chiefs look like they may have returned to the mountaintop. Maybe not the Super Bowl winners, but it looks like their offense has finally found its stride with an absolute beatdown over the Raiders, 31-0. So Kansas City covers as 12.5-point favorites. Patrick Mahomes looks very much like the MVP and the face of the league in this game. 26 of 35 with 286 yards and 3 touchdowns. And welcome back to Rashee Rice. 7 catches, 2 touchdowns in this game, but only goes for 42 yards. I needed him over his receiving prop, but still a big game from Rashee Rice. So, Jenks, should everybody be scared and running for their lives when it comes to playing the Chiefs once again in the postseason?
God, yes, they're good again. Here they are. They're back. They're back. I have Chiefs fatigue.
I feel like we need to pipe in that Ophelia song.
Oh, no.
Like, have you heard that one?
The Fate of Ophelia, yes. Only about 1 billion times
so
already.
Upbeat.
I've seen it. Oh, it's a banger. I've seen the video numerous times. I've heard the song. It's a good song, actually. I have it. I like the song.
Yeah.
I do. Do I want to hear it now? No. Do I want to hear it during Chiefs highlights? No, I don't. But it's like the whole, Chiefs, I hate you. I hate you. But I respect you. Oh, I respect you. I love Andy Reid, though. Kelsey looks good. He's leading the team in receiving this year. Rashee Rice, I mean, don't you know they were just waiting for this moment? They look like a team that were tired of being told that they were dead, that their dynasty was over. Like they're tired of hearing it. And now they're like, all right, we're at full strength. We're still Kansas City. Go ahead, keep throwing dirt on our grave because we're not done yet. That's what they look like. So you don't have to like Kansas City. I'm not a Chiefs backer, but you know what they've done for this long, especially with the litany of receivers that have just rotated through that franchise, is so impressive. And you can't deny how they've looked over the past couple weeks. I understand the Raiders stink, but also this was an all-encompassing, dominant performance. And all you can do is play the games on your schedule. They dominated Vegas. Chiefs look like they're completely back, and that's why they're the Super Bowl favorites right now.
Yeah, they're no longer, in danger of suffering the fate of Ophelia, where they go mad down by the river.
Shoot me in the face. Shoot me in the face.
I had to look that up. Just to see what what is it? It's from Shakespeare, right? I think it's Hamlet, maybe? I don't know. I looked it up a while back ago. But anyways, back to the Chiefs. I feel like they have that innate respect where if they even show flashes of greatness, they're immediately catapulted into the discussion because they have the rings to prove it, right? So I think they're one of those teams that as long as they get into the postseason, they're certainly going to be a threat. And I think we've said that all season long. It's just now it feels like that fear is realized. And now the offense is catching up to the defense because I've said this all season long. The defense has looked very, very good. And I understand in that Jags game, everybody thought Trevor Lawrence was down because he was face down on the ground. So Chris Jones, stopped the play and didn't even try. And then they lose that game because, nobody covered Trevor Lawrence once he got back on his feet. But still, this is a great defense with a championship pedigree, and the same goes for the offense. And now that they have Rashee Rice back, like, obviously we've talked about the AFC, and the Bills look like they have some flaws as well. The fact that their defense cannot stop the run. The Ravens look dead in their tracks. The Bengals, they don't have the Chiefs killer, at least. And Joe Burrow, Joe Flacco is not terrible,
killer.
but still it's Joe Burrow.
No,
I
know, for sure.
Right. So, yes, once again, the Chiefs look like they could be headed back to the Super Bowl. Ho-hum. All right, we got to get to break. Up next, we'll recap some of the games over the weekend and what betting lessons we learned. That's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, so it's not a Monday in Sports Talk Radio if we don't give some big overreactions. It's an overreaction Monday, folks, here on the Daily Tip. So we had some massive upsets in college football over the weekend, and we will get to those. But my big overreaction was the weekend is that I could not believe how likable James Franklin was on College Game Day. And I was just saying this to Denton. So, Denton, I think you have a different spin on this. So what was your takeaway watching James Franklin on College Game Day?
It felt a little too over the top for me. It felt a little too performative. The victim mentality was too much. I didn't think they should have fired him when they did, but I thought he was doing it way too much, talking about how this was an injustice. I thought, like, Saban didn't play into it very well either. I watched that entire thing, and I was like, this can't be actually happening right now. It was just great by Jimmy Sexton, the agent, who was there, by the way, to get his guy paid, to get Lane Kiffin paid, to get Kirby Smart paid. I don't think that was a coincidence. I didn't love it. I didn't love it.
Not loving it. All right, Jenks. So did you see James Franklin on game day?
I did.
I had a different reaction to this.
I mean, I think this is one of those classic both things can be true. Like it was, I think, here's the thing. It was definitely a little self-indulgent, right? Because this guy wants to coach again. And there's going to be, I think, a lot of interesting jobs open, including, obviously, the Florida one. But I think the reason why it comes off okay is that James Franklin is very likable. That's one of the reasons why he's such a good recruiter, right? That's one of the reasons why that his players love him is because people really like James Franklin. Like, he kind of has, I don't want to say aura, maybe that's too strong, but he has a presence where you kind of enjoy listening to him. You kind of want to be around him, and that means a lot of guys want to play for him. But there's always something kind of going on here that immediately after being fired, he appears. That's not a coincidence. So he's definitely angling for a new job. He said as much, but also I understand the draw to him if you're a player or a potential recruit. And he's always been a great recruiter, not just at Penn State.
Yeah, he almost has like a sales personality. Like, you know, these people, when you talk to him, are like, that person definitely works in sales.
Yep.
And recruiting obviously is, you know, a spin-off of sales because you are selling your program to recruits. But it did kind of shock me that he was on College Game Day so soon. Like, I guess this is him angling for a job. And I guess when it sounds like he shares an agent with Nick Saban, because Nick Saban gave like an impassioned argument like for James Franklin to the point where like, whoa, you know, at least go on a date first. Because, you know, Nick Saban went on this rant where he was like, they're just so, you know, ungrateful. And you had all these huge wins and you took a program that was down in the dumps, which he is right. You know, James Franklin came into Penn State when it was not at a good state after all those scandals and sanctions. And it turned it into a team that did earn a #1 preseason ranking. Sure. And Nick Saban stayed on that for a second. Jenks, do you think that is something to hang your hat on? No. Earning a preseason #1 ranking? Like that kind of, I was like, all right.
It means nothing. Being ranked #1 in the preseason means nothing. Being predicted, these guys were predicted to win the national title. Like, so? Means nothing. Okay.
Hanging in the rafters.
Great. Awesome. Yeah, hanging in the rafters. Preseason #1. Yeah, it was a great preseason. We didn't even play a game. I mean, it means absolutely nothing. It just means, hey, some experts or some coaches decided that you guys had the talent on paper to win. To me, it just points out that you didn't meet expectations. And also, there's that whole argument, which I think is a fair one, that we shouldn't have these preseason rankings until 5-6 weeks in the season because you really don't know who teams are, particularly now with the portal, until we get to that point, right? A lot of this is prognosticating and projecting and based on previous seasons, and predicting that now with all of the new talent and all of the turnover is harder than ever to do. So, no, being a preseason #1 is not something you say, oh, let's put this on the resume. It means nothing.
Right. Like, he lost me there. And it especially feels like unfair to the schools who are not the Blue Bloods, because it's like these schools who are Blue Bloods just come into the season. It's like they are, you know, innocent until proven guilty. Like, they have to lose games to fall in the standings. Meanwhile, teams like Indiana had to, like, scratch and claw for everything, and they have to prove that they belong in the same tier of these teams simply because of preseason rankings. So I don't love the preseason #1 poll or all of that as well. I think it's kind of unfair. Like, the big guys need any other help, you know. In college football, it already feels like it's kind of a tilted field towards some of these big-time schools. So as I mentioned, there were some big upsets over the weekend. I was watching this game, and I have never seen so many people fail to learn a lesson that we talk about all the time on the show. Do not victory lap a win until the game is over. So, Jenks, Ole Miss was getting 7.5 points on the road to Georgia. Ole Miss was winning almost the entire game. And then what do you know? Georgia, in the fourth quarter, scores 17 points, and they win this game by 8 points. There were a lot of very disgusted bettors out there.
Yeah, it was disgusting. When I saw this, I was like, man, Vegas again, you dirty dogs, dirty dogging it. Yeah, the whole time I was like, I should have taken Ole Miss. I should have taken Ole Miss. I should have taken Ole Miss. I'm like, oh, glad I didn't take Ole Miss. But great performance by Georgia. I mean, it was a really gutsy performance by Georgia down the stretch, where I did not anticipate that much of a high-scoring game, but Gunnar Stockton was really good down the stretch. And, man, that was a tough beat if you were on Ole Miss because you had to think the entire time you had it.
Absolutely. And it feels to me like Georgia is never out of it. Like, they kind of have that mentality this year that they're a very resilient team. And obviously, when you have a good head coach, you're going to make adjustments down the stretch. And that's exactly what Kirby Smart did. So Ole Miss could not stop the run in the second half. Gunnar Stockton made the throws that he needed to. And sometimes, like, that's what the difference is when you are on that upper echelon already, and the difference between, you know, a good team that's really talented, like Ole Miss came into this game, one of the best offenses in the country, averaging over 500 yards a game. But when your defense can't stop the run in the fourth quarter, that is a problem for old Lane Kiffin and company. All right, so other upsets over the weekend. I guess this is an upset, but Vanderbilt was favored. So Vandy won 31-24 over LSU. I think this was Vandy's first win over LSU since like 1990. What a game from Diego Pavia. Yeah. I feel like Booger McFarland said this, and he's one of those people that I feel like when he says it, it means it's very obvious. Like, he's in the same category to me as Magic Johnson, where he's like, Diego Pavia deserves to be in the conversation for the Heisman. So, Jenks, do you agree with Booger here?
Oh, don't ever ask me that question. Do you agree with Booger?
His fingers are all like this.
I know. It's like, I'll tell you something about Diego Pavia. Listen to me. It's like, yeah, okay.
It's gross fingers.
Oh, man. Those linemen, man. You look at their fingers and they're all just kind of jacked up. Don't know how they do it. I don't know. I don't think he belongs in the Heisman conversation. I think he's just a guy who is obviously one of the better quarterbacks in college football, and he's easy to get behind. Like, if you're a football player, I don't know how you don't appreciate the way he plays the game. Like, he just does not quit. And I watched that whole game because I was on Vandy minus 2.5, and I was kind of sweating that for a while. But then that Vandy offensive line is really good. And there were a couple plays when even when the LSU defense got to Diego Pavia, they couldn't get to him because he's swirling around in the pocket. He's making a fourth down play. He's finding a guy that's open. He's taking off. He really is a blast to watch, and he's a consummate football player. And also, I need to double check this. I think he's applying to play one more year and could play more. I need to double check that, but I think I read where there's a possibility he could come back again for his 14th season.
His 14th season. Yeah. Like, I almost didn't check that. I was like, you're right, 14 seasons. That's
it just sounds been. Right. It's like, yeah.
I do think that he deserves to maybe be in the discussion, but I think for me, the stinker of a game he had against Alabama, that kind of takes it out for me. Like, for me, the Heisman race is like a game of Survivor. It's like there's all these guys, and then one by one, you know, the tribe is spoken and the flame is extinguished. So that felt like the case for Carson Beck over the weekend. Wolf. 4 picks as number 2 Miami loses to Louisville 24-21. We were all kind of waiting for this. And we're like, all right, Carson Beck's been really good this year. Where is the Carson Beck that's been, journeying around college football that has been the worst in the big moments? And here he is.
Yeah, welcome back. I mean, this guy was a Heisman Trophy favorite, I believe, going into this game, if you think about it. Or at least right up there with Dante Moore. But, man, that wasn't that the one handicap that we all said going into the season? Like, yeah, but when will Carson Beck become Carson Beck? Yeah.
Carson Beck.
Carson Beck. Carson Beck. And that's exactly what happened. I mean, 4 picks and then that one late. Oh, that's just an absolute crusher. Like the two things that were real issues, even when they weren't issues until they were, which was, hey, is Mario Cristobal going to make some sort of decision here that's going to punish this team late, like a decision where you're left scratching your head? Or is Carson Beck going to have one of those games where he just kind of loses his mind and throws a bunch of picks? And that is what happened.
Yeah, and both things happened, so it was just like a bad game all around from Miami, who looked, to be one of the best teams in college football. And I don't think that, I'm completely off on Miami. Like, Carson Beck is fully capable of, coming back from this. But as far as the Heisman race goes, you can't throw 4 picks and still be in the discussion, at least in my opinion. So I think that candidacy is pretty much dead. I didn't see this game, but I was surprised when I saw the result. Texas Tech lost to Arizona State.
Sam
the
Leavitt.
Metric Darlings, 26-22. You mentioned this in the handicap, wondering about Sam Leavitt, and here he was in this game. Big win for the Sun Devils.
They looked like they were going to dominate this game, and they did dominate this game for most of 3.5 quarters, and then Texas Tech behind Will Hammond just has this storm late where they pull ahead. But, man, they left too much time in the clock. Sam Leavitt said, and we had a little more than 2 minutes. We weren't panicking. We got this. And he drove them right down the field, which you normally don't see against Texas Tech. But Leavitt was awesome.
Yeah, this is a big win for Arizona State because Texas Tech has one of the best offensive and defensive lines in the country. So ASU, good win over the weekend. All right, coming up next, hour 3, we'll kick off with our best lessons learned from last night's Sunday Night Football matchup, and we'll get into some baseball as well next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bat.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Time to get it going on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hour 3 headed your way. Coming up, a look back at last night's showdown in San Francisco, Falcons and Niners, along with Game 6 of the ALCS. The Jays win, and now we get a Game 7 tonight. In 20 minutes, ton of football on the card tonight. 2 games in the NFL, of course. Have to have 2. Bucks and Lions, plus the Texans and Seahawks in the Emerald City. Then we'll bring in the Donkster and hand out our best bets at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. We are live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. Also, welcome to our audience on X. I give you a salute. Thank you for being with us. And we stream on Stadium during our final hour. Just go to valleysportslive.com, or you can download the Valley Sports Live app. Last night, out by the Bay, the Niners down the Falcons 20-10. The Niners -2, the Niners -130. Total set at 47 at BetMGM. The under hits, and Christian McCaffrey was on one.
And here he is on the run. Inside. Pushing the pile to the goal line. In for the touchdown. Have a day, have a night. CMC.
Mike Tirico with a call on NBC. CMC runs for 129 yards, 2 scores. More than 200 total yards from scrimmage for McCaffrey. His first such game in 6 years, Chelsea. This is also his first 100-yard rushing game since he won NFL Offensive Player of the Year in 2023. He accounts for 62% of his team's yards from scrimmage, and the Niners win for the 4th time in 5 games. They just kept feeding CMC, and he kept paying off.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what you do when it's one of the few stars you still have remaining who are not hurt or on the injured list. I understand that George Kittle came back in this game as well, which is obviously a nice little change. But still, the pieces that they were missing on the defense were huge ones. Nick Bosa is out, who's been an All-Pro. Fred Warner out for the season, and he is a 4-time first-team All-Pro, which it's not the Pro Bowl, All-Pro. That is a huge deal. And so to be missing those pieces on the defense and only give up 10 points is a huge deal. I thought this was a coaching masterclass from Kyle Shanahan. And oh, by the way, it's still Mac Jones. It's not even Brock Purdy who's in at quarterback. So I know a lot of this was on the shoulders of Christian McCaffrey, who, let's remind the people, used to be one of the most dominant players in the NFL. We know he's been hurt, but still, this was a great game and a great coaching masterpiece by Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, it really was great. That Niners defense stepped up in some big moments because Atlanta only scored on 2 of their 9 drives, and they had a couple of instances in the 4th quarter where on a 4th and 1, they went for it once with Bijan Robinson. He was stuffed. Then Michael Penix Jr. was looking for Drake London. That pass was broken up. So for a defense that 2 or 3 years ago was arguably the best defense in the NFL, was definitely a top 3 defense, all of a sudden this is what has been a middle-of-the-road defense that is even weaker now than it was at the start of the season because of all those injuries. For them to stop this Falcons offense, which, as we know, has plenty of offensive pieces, was really impressive and is probably, I think, the best part of what Kyle Shanahan did last night was making sure this D was ready to go.
Right. It's not like this is a Falcons team that is bereft of talent. Like, you look across the way, and Bijan Robinson has a pretty damn good skill set as well. Like, I know Christian McCaffrey on one side, you're like, oh, established name, but Bijan Robinson is a good player as well. But I do think this is what I've come to expect from the Falcons. They just kind of feel like a team that's a little up and down. They feel a lot like the Jacksonville Jaguars to me, where they will show signs of being a great team, but they can't keep it up for the entire season. Like, they'll have a game in which they fall flat. Like, early in the year, Didn't the Falcons get blanked by like the Panthers or somebody? Didn't they lose by like 30 points? They looked absolutely terrible. Then they beat the Bills. And you're like, oh, the Falcons may be a contender. That defense is for real. And then this game, it just feels like you never know what you're going to get.
Yeah. I don't know what to think about the Niners. Like, they're 5-2. They've won 4 of 5. Brock Purdy is going to come back at some point, and I know a lot of people are clamoring for Mac Jones, but just to be clear, Mac Jones was very average last night at best. 152 yards, no touchdowns, 1 pick. This was all about Christian McCaffrey. So the idea that Mac Jones is sort of the answer for the Niners at quarterback, he definitely has looked good, and I don't want to use a one-game sample size, but certainly when you're paying Brock Purdy the way they're paying him, he's going to be the guy when he's healthy again. But it just goes back to the fact where whether or not you're on the side of let's start Mac Jones or Brock Purdy, it all comes back to the same conclusion, which is this is what happens when you have a guy like Kyle Shanahan, whether it's offensively or defensively, even with your defensive players out for the season, your stud defensive players, even with you've got a starting quarterback who isn't playing, he's going to find a way to coach these guys up.
Yeah, didn't Kyle Shanahan take Jimmy Garoppolo to a Super Bowl? Like, there's your proof.
Yeah.
Like, Jimmy Garoppolo is not like a generational quarterback. And granted, he did have some talent around him, but, you know, this Niners offense still has some talent. So, again, it goes into the favor of Kyle Shanahan. If you're wanting to bet on him to win Coach of the Year, he has the third shortest odds at 8-1. But I do think Shane Steichen is going to have to be like, I don't know, lose multiple games in a row for him to be taken out of like the favorite for this. I think he's like plus 150 or something. Because what the Colts are doing this year is damn impressive. But
yeah,
Kyle Shanahan's having a great season as well.
Yeah, he really is. And when you mentioned the Colts, I thought it was fascinating that Chargers safety Derwin James, who is one of the best in the game, after the Colts won yesterday, they asked Derwin James about the game, and he's like, credit to Shane. Great game plan. That's a great team. That's a playoff team. It's not often that you hear an opposing player randomly shout out an opposing team's head coach, but that's the respect that Shane Steichen already has based on what he's done with Indianapolis. So players notice that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially the Colts, like going for a team where nobody expected them to do anything to a team that has a good chance to be one of the best teams in the AFC. It is very impressive what the Colts are doing. But I still hate the Colts, Jenks. They still play in a stadium that looks like a Kroger.
Well, that's true. Who plays at Kroger Field, Kentucky? Is that who plays at Kroger Field? Oh, man. Don't even ask me about that Texas game. God bless. I'm going to cut my eyes out. That was terrible. Whew. Next up for the Falcons, they host the Dolphins on Sunday. The Niners will visit the Houston Texans, who play later on tonight against the Seahawks. We're going to handicap that game and the other game on the slate as well here in about 13 minutes. Last night in Toronto, the Jays staying alive. They beat the Mariners 6-2 in Game 6 of the ALCS. The Blue Jays minus 125 on the money line. Total set at 7.5. The overhits. Blue Jays on top 2-0 in the third, and Addison Barger adds to the lead.
Let's run in the air, right center field. It is gone!
Highlight courtesy of FS1. Barger 2 for 3, that long ball, and 3 RBI. Vladdy Jr. goes yard in the 6th inning, his 6th home run of the postseason. And on the mound, the Rook, Trey Savage, and that nasty splitter. He strikes out 7 Mariners in 5 2/3 innings. And we get a Game 7 tonight in Toronto. I don't know what is going to happen in this game. What I do know is that Toronto has shown a lot of fight after going down 2-0 in this series.
It's crazy the amount of momentum swings that we've seen in this series because we went from saying the Mariners are a team of destiny. They're going to win this series to, oh, not so fast, my friend. The Blue Jays, have you seen their offense averaging over 7 runs a game after a short power outage in the first 2 games of this series? So it just feels like one of those games or one of those series where you don't know where it's going to go next because, you know, on Friday night, it was all Mariners. And then we see the same exact score, but the Blue Jays win. So, like, my theory is that at least one of these offenses are going to score a lot of runs. I'm just not so sure which one it's going to be. So I think we're both on the over in this game tonight. But I have no idea who's going to win. And you can like feel the tension in both these fan bases Because obviously the Mariners haven't been to a World Series ever. And for the Blue Jays, it's been since 1993. So you can tell that there is just pressure loading on both sides to where it feels like it is such an impactful game. Meanwhile, the Dodgers like, oh, the World Series, we go all the time. It's fine. We'll be waiting here in our chaise lounges.
Yeah, oh, God, boring, guys. See you there. We do it every year. That's what we do. Oh, you're so cute. You Mariners, you're so cute. Never been to the World Series. That's what we do all the time. Also, Vladdy Sr. never played in a Game 7 in his 16-year career, which is hard to believe when you think about his career and how amazing he was. So here we are. We get Vladdy Jr. and that picture we've been showing for the past 2 weeks. Young Vladdy Jr. Oh, just adorbsies. What a sweet boy. Look at him now. Not a sweet boy. The guy's a man. Then a beast. 6 postseason home runs. Man, that mini slump after 2 games when he went 0 for 7, that is a distant memory. And that's one of the reasons why when I look at tonight's game, maybe I like the Blue Jays. But God, I just don't know. Which is part of the fun, right? Like when you get to a Game 7, there he is. Look at that guy. Look at that guy. I bet one day he grows up and he hits a lot of home runs. I bet he does. I bet he goes yard a lot, even in the postseason.
If you showed me that picture, I would say that's the guy that's going to be named the Big Dumper, not Kelly.
Man, he grew up. I was like, oh. Reminds me of Jason McCoy, kid we grew up with, and his older brothers were both superstar athletes. They were so talented. And Jason was bigger. And he'd be like, I'm going to be a running back. And they'd be like, you're going to be an offensive lineman. he was a big guy. And guess what? He grew up to be more of an offensive lineman than an actual skill player, but still a good player. But Vladdy, man, he's been unbelievable. And then on the flip side, I mean, he's a great story. But with the Mariners, do you think they feel the pressure here more than Toronto? They committed 3 errors in yesterday's game. And I don't know if I'm just projecting because they've never played and won a pennant. They've never played in a World Series game. The Blue Jays have. It's been forever. But I feel like for a Seattle club that has had great players and has been so close over the years, if there's any one of these 2 franchises of the 2 that is going to feel sort of the weight of history, it's going to be Seattle.
I think it's splitting hairs a little bit, but when we get teams that are this evenly matched, I get it. We're here to talk about the game. And so that is an angle. You see 3 errors, that is a big deal in a postseason game. But I think moving forward, if it is a trend, you say, okay, this has happened in multiple games. But it hasn't. The previous 2 games didn't have any errors. Yeah. So I don't know if it's something that I would bank on it repeating itself. Maybe that is pressure coming to the surface. But it's not like the guys on this Blue Jays team were a part of the team that went to the World Series. That was in 1993. Vladdy Jr. was born in 1999. So I feel like it's not one of those fair things to say, oh, well, the Blue Jays, have more experience, because they really don't.
What were you doing in 1993? Were you born yet? I forget how old you are.
I was born in 88. Oh. So your girl was 5.
God
I think
bless.
I had my 5th birthday at the Discovery Science Museum.
That hurts my heart. God bless.
What were you doing?
In 1993?
Karaoke?
Yes, I was doing karaoke. No, I was a sophomore at Texas in 1993. God. And you were going to the Discovery Museum? Jeez.
I mean, it was a good time.
DJ, what were you doing? Were you born? You weren't even born, were you?
I was not born.
God! Dang it.
That was the wrong... That was the wrong person to ask. Go down,
as soon as I looked over, I was like, don't ask this question. You're going to be sorely disappointed.
Here's my theory of you in the 90s. I imagine you in the 90s being didn't they used to call you Mike? I feel like you've had many iterations of your name. And I imagine you this cool guy who's going up to do karaoke of all the smooth R&B and hip hop hits of the 90s. That's how I imagine you.
It took me a while to get into, well, you're not wrong. It took me a while to get into karaoke and to sort of find my voice. But once I did, oh man, all about the 90s hip hop. I mean, all about that. To this day, I have people send me screenshots of Poison by Belle Biv DeVoe. To this day. Hey, this is playing on the radio. Hey, I thought of you. Look at this. This is what's playing on the radio. This happens to me at least a handful of times a year. So that's right in my wheelhouse. That's when I peaked.
Yeah,
honestly.
I know.
That's
why I
peaked.
said it. Like,
All
it's not
downhill.
far off. It wasn't a shot in the dark.
No, it's true.
Like, I know you like 90s hip hop, so.
That's true. I won a karaoke contest at the DC Improv. It was DC Media. What year was that? I think it's somewhere online. I was wearing like a sweater vest, but I sang Dre and Snoop. And they're like, how is this dork winning this thing? But it happened. Those were my halcyon days. Now I just look over at our producer and say, hey, when were you born? He's like, I wasn't. And then I go home and cry myself to sleep. Coming up next on the show, Bucks might be the best team in the NFC, so why are they getting 6 points tonight in Motown? We're going to preview both games on the schedule tonight, next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
And we're back on a Monday. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Appreciate you being with us. Also, as we stream on X during our final hour and on Stadium as well. Coming up on the show, the Bucs look to make a statement in Motown while the Seahawks try to continue their winning ways, this time in the Emerald City. We were bar hopping a little bit on Saturday, not surprising, and we went to this one place in Arlington, and I don't know how we ended up there, but it was like going back in time. It was like this older bar. Nobody was on their phones. Older music was playing, and it was just like being in this space where we went back like 30, 40 years. And I have to say, I really enjoyed it. Everybody was just talking. Nobody was on their phones. The vibe was good. That's a rare thing. That's really hard to find in 2025, where you find a space where everyone's just kind of sitting around enjoying the vibe and enjoying one another. And every time I experience something like that, I'm like, I wonder if I'll ever see this again. But it was great.
Was it an older demographic?
Yes.
Because I have this theory
definitely.
that, like, I think older people still know how to, like, congregate in bars and, like, socialize.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I'm being too mean to, like, the younger generations. It just feels like when you see, like, I don't know, 25-year-olds and under at bars, they are glued to their phones. Even if they're being social, you know, and they're making videos and they're making TikToks or whatever. But it does feel like, you know, the older generation, there was a time where they had to learn to socialize in person. Jenks, I am saying, like, disturbing things about people like, now you can do all of these things with ChatGPT where you don't even need a significant other. It's like, gross.
That's
or, like,
becoming
people
a thing.
need so many things just to talk to people. It's like people cannot approach somebody in the wild without some sort of help from the internet or their phones. So that is a skill that I feel like is one thing that the older people have over the younger people.
Well, that's one thing. We got one thing.
That's the only thing.
Yeah, it was good. Everything was it was run down a little bit, but I'm like, I don't know. I kind of appreciated that. If anyone was on their phones, it was us. We took a couple pictures, and they were like, all right, let's put our phones down, and it was a good time. So for the old guys like me, it was nice. Just some good conversation and some good music. Let's make some sweet music tonight with our best bets. How about that? We got 2 bets to talk about. Also, if you want to place your bets online, let me tell you about our Pro Football No Sweat token. You can go for the end zone without breaking a sweat with a Pro Football No Sweat token. You get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win at BetMGM. That is a deal. Let's start with Bucs and Lions in Motown tonight. The Lions are laying 6. The Lions are minus 285 on the money line. The Bucs are plus 230. Total set at 52 and a hook. This line opened Lions minus 4.5 in some places, went to 5.5, and now it's at 6. I like the Bucs here. Chelsea, what am I missing?
I don't know. Like, do I need to get glasses? Like, is this Bucs team that I have been watching something different than what we are basing the line on here, especially since Mike Evans is supposed to be back and help Baker Mayfield, who's looked like an MVP for most of the season? Getting 6 points in this game? Like, I don't understand. Like, maybe you say, okay, the Lions are a high-powered offense that certainly can score a ton of points, and that's expected in this game since the total's 52.5. So points are not going to be at a premium in this game. But I do think if somebody can keep pace, it's the Bucs offense. Because Baker Mayfield has been doing it even with his, like, 4th, 5th, and 6th string receiver in these games. He has been very good with his feet as well at extending drives. And this defense for the Bucs as well, I think matches up pretty well with the Lions because we know the Lions have a veteran quarterback in Jared Goff, but this Lions team is so much better when they can get the run game going. And the Bucs have been one of the best run defenses in the entire NFL. So I don't know what I'm missing here. I do think this is going to be a close game. Maybe the Bucs don't win, but I'll definitely take the 6.
Yeah, I'll grab the 6 too. The only thing that scares me is the money coming in, but you can't let that scare you. You can't say, hey, the money's going the opposite direction. Obviously, you'd rather have everything align, but sometimes it's just not the right side. I will say this has been a big betting weekend for the public because the public tends to bet on favorites, and favorites have been crushing it this weekend. So we'll see if that continues to be the case tonight. in Motown. But with the way Baker's playing, and we'll still see if Mike Evans suits up or not, I just don't think it matters. I don't think it matters because of this Lions secondary, because Baker just elevates everyone around him. He is doing whatever it takes to win. It is working. The Bucs look like they could play for a Super Bowl. I don't know if that's going to happen, but at this point in the season, I wouldn't be shocked with the way they have suited up and found ways to win. And they've been eking by teams. But look, style points don't matter. This is a National Football League. If you're winning, you're winning. And also, the Lions are without two of their starting cornerbacks. I think that's the real key for me, is that this is a very middling Lions pass defense anyway, like ranked around 15th in the National Football League. Then you take away two of their top corners. I just don't think it's going to matter with Baker. I think he's going to have a big game. I'm with you. I'm on the 6.
I just feel like I keep trying to poke holes in the Bucs, and I've been doing this since the week that they played the Eagles. And you say, okay, the Eagles are a really physical team. They lost the Eagles. That's going to be a tough week to go on the road to Seattle and play against the Seahawks. So maybe the Bucs are going to lose that game. No, they wanted an absolute shootout. Then you look at the next week, and you're like, okay, back-to-back games where it's been like exhausting. A physical game against the Eagles, shootout against the Seahawks in Seattle. Then you have to come back home and play the Niners. They win that game by 11, 30-19. So it just feels like one of those things where we have also been doing this with the Indianapolis Colts, where you say, well, at some point, you know, they're not going to look good. And they just keep looking good. So to me, it feels like the market is just not fond of respecting some of these mid-market teams. Like Baker Mayfield still does not feel like a top-tier quarterback to a lot of people. So I think some people are kind of waiting for his downfall. And the same goes for like Daniel Jones. Like I am still one of those people that feels like we're living in like an alternate universe. But at what point in the season do you start to actually give these teams credit? So I think the Bucs certainly deserve their credit here.
And can I just say, I'm shopping around a little bit. Now I'm seeing Lions minus 6.5. Like, if you look around,
we'll take the 6.5.
We'll take the 6.5. All right? You want to go to 7? We'll take the 7. I don't know what is happening here. This is almost making me nervous. This makes no sense at all. Do you have a feeling when it comes to the total, or is there a prop you like?
All right, so I think we both like this one. So let's start off with Baker Mayfield because, again, he has been the heart and soul of this Bucs team. And also, he's been somebody who has really racked up the passing yards, even in games in which the game script has been positive. Because usually I'm not a huge fan of taking quarterback passing yardage props in games that I feel like they can win. But you look at Baker Mayfield over his last 4 games, and here are his yardage totals. 256, 379, 289, and 233. So 2 of those where he's gone over 250 yards have been wins. Like, granted, that one against Seattle where he threw for 379 yards, that's probably not going to be replicated, but maybe it will. Like, the total in this one is 52.5, Jenks. So if anybody can go up and down the field and force you to play in this style of game, it's the Lions. So I just feel like no matter what the game script is tonight, I think Baker Mayfield could be throwing the ball a ton. And his passing yardage prop is in the 240s. I think that's definitely worth a play.
Yeah, I'm definitely on that as well, and I'm shopping around to find the best price I can find, and I did have Baker Mayfield over 240 and a hook at minus 140. I just found it at 239 and a hook, and the over's minus 115. So
we'll take that.
Yeah, we'll take that. We'll take that, and we'll take the plus 7. So I like the over as well. And also, I think that Lions offense is going to want to get back on track after that loss to Kansas City. And also, I will say it's not too much of a factor, I don't think, but also the Lions on turf with all of their speed back home, that tends to lend itself to a higher scoring game. So that's what we get tonight at Ford Field. Yeah, I'm going to be on the over as well with the total set at 52.5. How about the other game? Seahawks hosting the Texans. The Seahawks laying 3. Seahawks minus 175 on the money line. The Texans are plus 145, and your total is a low 41. I like the Seahawks here, minus 3. Just like I feel like we're not giving the Colts enough credit because of Danny Dimes, or maybe the Bucs enough credit because of the Bucs. I just feel like the market is still low and not believing in Sam Darnold. And I don't know how long or how many times I'm going to have to say that. But even last year, people just could not believe he was up for the MVP. This year, he has 11 touchdowns and 3 picks. And in that loss to the Bucs a couple weeks ago, he throws a late pick. And people say, oh, that's Sam Darnold. Dude, he led the Seahawks to 35 points. The Texans are very good against the pass. But I just don't know if offensively Houston has enough to keep up with Seattle and Jackson Smith and Jigba and Kenneth Walker III. The Seahawks are the more balanced team, and I think that lends itself to opening up the passing game. So I think it's a short price on Seattle. I'm going to lay the 3.
Yeah, it just feels to me like the Seahawks are the more explosive team. And if they start scoring points at will, I'm not sure if the Texans can keep up. Because, like, you look at some of these games, you're like, oh, they scored 44 points last game against the Ravens. The Ravens are in the dumpster. They scored 26 against the Titans. The Titans are not good. We know this by now. But in these other games, like, you see the offensive line get absolutely bullied. Like, that has been a problem for the Texans for quite some time. Like, C.J. Stroud has been under a ton of pressure when he's not playing, bottom feeder teams. And the Seahawks are not a bottom feeder team. So it just feels to me like the Seahawks have the more explosive potential on the offense. So I don't know. It feels like the Texans usually score like 16 points in games against decent teams. Yeah. So especially at home in prime time, like we haven't even touched on this. Like the Seahawks have one of the best home field environments in all of the NFL, especially in prime time. Does feel like the Seahawks is the obvious play. But again, Jenks, sometimes it makes me feel a little nervous when both the plays feel very obvious in both of these games.
Yeah, that's sort of how I feel as well. Not to go back to the Bucs, I just can't believe we're seeing a 6.5. That just doesn't in the Bucs game. That's one thing I can't get over. But when you're talking about this game, this feels like I don't want to call a score, like a 21-17 win for the Seahawks. I'm just not a big believer in the Texans, and at some point they have to play better? Maybe? I just think the Seahawks are a really good team. I think they're one of the better 4-2 teams in the NFL. And the NFC West, when you think about the Niners, when you think about the Seahawks, when you think about the Rams, like this is quietly a very, very competitive division. And Seattle could easily be 5-1 right now. So I'm just big on Seattle and what I've seen from Sam Darnold, and I think they're going to overwhelm the Texans late to sort of pull away here. I would maybe put a sprinkle on the under, but I don't feel as strong about that as I do a side, which is Seattle.
I like how we continue to not think about the Arizona Cardinals.
Nah.
You mentioned all the teams.
I know.
And don't think about
I was like, it's Arizona. Whatever. It's fine.
I didn't think about them at all.
I know.
It's fine. But like running joke on the show, because like we were talking about how like if you Google the Arizona Cardinals, if you Google Cardinals, it's like the St. Louis Cardinals. It's like, no, it's football season. I'm talking about the Arizona Cardinals. Oh, okay. Oh. But yes, they do not deserve your time or attention. But from a betting standpoint, like I think I'm going to have way more plays in the first game as opposed to the second game. Because like think about it. If you're somebody who crafts same game parlays like I do, you want a healthy total, 52.5, unless you love playing unders, which, okay, psycho. Mm-hmm. This Lions and Bucks game, I feel like it is made for same game parlays because I think, scoring's going to be, we're going to see a ton of scoring. It's indoors, and both of these teams have so many playmakers. I'm even looking at some of these anytime touchdown bets, like Mike Evans at even money. I feel like that's a solid one. If you think there's going to be a lot of touchdowns, like those are the games you should be betting on. If you like betting on touchdown bets, if you like betting on overs when it comes to props. Yeah. And according to reports that we're seeing, Mike Evans is likely to play. There's even some optimism, according to ESPN, that Emeka Egbuka has a real chance to play. This is according to Adam Schefter. God. Which makes me, again, wonder what the hell is going on in Detroit. I don't know. Yeah. I'll take it. Watch tomorrow we wake up and it's like 42-7 Lions. We're like, oh, I don't know what happened there. I don't think it's going to happen. Nah, that's not That would be crazy, though.
Nah.
Because here's the thing. I expect those type of games from like younger teams with younger quarterbacks. Like we were talking about this in the first segment. Like the Falcons and the Jags are very capable of laying eggs. But I feel like the Bucs are, Baker Mayfield has established himself enough to where I feel like their floor is a lot higher.
Yes, I agree with that. I just don't think we're giving enough credit to the Bucs. That's all there is to it. I'm going with the Seahawks tonight. I got 4 bets on the card. Let's go. Coming up next here on the show, the Dogster. Is this right? Just finished a perfect week on the show. That moron. Can he keep it going? Can we follow suit? We'll find out what he's up to. We've got our best bets ready to go. That's all coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Monday. Great to have you with us. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. That's how I keep myself awake. I just sing stuff. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Best Bets. Donkster coming up here on the show. Oh, man, Chelsea. After this, it is time. I got to go out. Commanders podcast. And let me tell you, as much as I appreciate and am grateful to be working for the team, it is tough to do an hour podcast after a game where you just get beat down in the worst possible way. You know, you try to be positive, but it's tough to do because you can feel the weight of the fan base. You can feel how down people are, and that's going to be tough.
The way you led into that, I thought you were going to go, like, get a surgery or something. Like, it's time. I'm so old. It's time for the life ender surgery on my back. But I understand, like, for a fan base, especially when you lose to a division rival, especially the Cowboys, like, of all the fan bases, like, they have to be one of the most annoying ones. And I understand it's been like a down year for the Cowboys, so maybe they're not quite as annoying. Yeah. But Jenks, you've said this. Isn't there like a large population of Cowboys fans, even in DC?
Yes. They're everywhere.
Yuck.
They're everywhere. Am I exaggerating here, D-Day? I feel like I'm not.
They're like cicadas.
Yes.
Where they're just everywhere. They're annoying, and you want them to go away. The only difference between Cowboys fans and cicadas is that they don't go away. They're just here.
That's true. They are. No. It's crazy. It's the one thing that surprised me when I got here, and this is, of course, ages ago, the 1700s, and I came here to D.C.
Settlers.
The settlers. And I was like, how are there all these Cowboys fans here? I did not grow up a Cowboys fan at all, but I was stunned being in the heart of D.C. because I live in the heart of the District of Columbia. I have been here for 20 plus years now, and I couldn't believe it. I'm like, Cowboys fan? They'll honk after a win? It was crazy to me. It just doesn't make sense, but also DC is very transient, and also there is definitely a whole, locking onto a team that has had success in the 90s and just wanting to be associated with America's team and all that nonsense that comes with it. A very bandwagon team, let me put it that way.
Yeah, it feels like there's a lot of Cowboys fans who are like my age, who when they were just starting to like football, the Cowboys were amazing. Mm-hmm. So like there's this wild like split of the population in my husband's hometown of Dallas, North Carolina.
Oh.
Not Dallas, Texas, where the Facebook people who are always arguing with each other, it's Panthers fans and Cowboys fans. And you say to these people, have you ever even been to the state of Texas? They're like, nah, but I still like the Cowboys. Go Boys. I'm like, what? This doesn't even make sense. Because, listen, like, Charlotte did not have a team until, 1990-something? It's a new franchise. So there were a lot of people in North Carolina who, their parents were, I guess, fans of the Cowboys because North Carolina did not have a team.
Whatever.
Yuck.
It's a new week. Yuck is right. Oh, I'll tell you something we can all get behind no matter what. Bet Sweats coming up next with Joe O and Sammy P. They're going to hand out their favorite Monday Night Football plays. Also, they got plays in the American League Championship Series. Game 7 tonight. Mariners and the Blue Jays are going to recap a wild weekend in the NFL and college football as well. And then Noobs Christensen will join at 10 o'clock. All right, it's a Monday, but we are not holding back on the bets, so let's get to it.
Time to place your bets.
Chelsea, get us started here.
All right, best bet of the day is going to be in Game 7 of the ALCS between the Mariners and the Blue Jays. Game 7, let's go over 7. I think we see some runs in this game. So normally we see these elimination games, and Game 7s play really tight and really close to the vest. But that's not how this series has gone between these two teams that have lineups that just go, scorched earth on any given night, especially the Blue Jays. even with some of these like duds that the Blue Jays have thrown in there, they're still averaging 6.7 runs per game this postseason. That is not a typo. This lineup is absolutely deadly, when they can, score some runs. And especially with the matchup tonight with George Kirby going, I don't think he's going to have the performance that he did, the last time around against the Blue Jays, in which he gave up 8 earned runs. But this is a rematch of the game where the final score well exceeded the total. I think the final score was 13-2 with Shane Bieber pitching on the other side. So when you're playing a total of 7, like what you don't want is a lights out dominant performance. And I just don't see that happening with George Kirby, who already has demons to exercise against the Blue Jays, and even Shane Bieber, who's had some duds in the postseason thus far. I know he was good last time around, but he still gave up a couple of runs. The leash is going to be short, and I don't believe in some of the horses coming out of the pen for either of these teams. I think both these lineups have the edge here, so let's go over 7 for minus 148 between the Mariners and the Blue Jays.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, I'm on that play as well. I just like the bats that we've seen in this game. Vladdy's playing well. Big Dumper's due for another big game. And also, I don't trust either of these pitchers. Also, George Kirby away from home this season, obviously on the road tonight in Toronto. 5.16 ERA. No thanks. I'll be on the over 7 as well. How about the Seahawks laying 3, hosting the Texans? I feel like this number is simply short. Touch, just a skosh of money coming in on the Texans, but I don't buy it. We keep talking about it. Put some respect on Sammy Darnold's name. 11 touchdowns, 3 picks. This is a more complete team. We haven't seen much from the Texans this season offensively. They have a great pass defense, which is why I kind of lean towards the under in this game. But ultimately, the Seahawks are a really good football team. And they should, they're sitting at 4-2. They could very easily be 5-1 after that back and forth, that classic battle against the Bucs a couple weeks ago. But I think what happens in this game is that the balance that Seattle has on offense between Jackson Smith and Jigba and between Kenneth Walker III and the way Sam Darnold can pass the ball, I think that balance eventually throws the Texans off and Seattle covers at home, which is one of the most difficult places to play in the NFL. If you've never been to Lumen Field where Seattle plays, I mean, the noise in that place gets up to like 737 levels. It's absolutely amazing. I think that's huge. And this line is telling you that at a neutral field, this would be a pick 'em. I don't buy it. Seahawks -3 tonight against the Texans. Also going Baker Mayfield over 239.5 passing yards at -115. Can't believe I found this number. Look at what Baker Mayfield has done this season. 3 straight games hitting the over here. You've got a high total sitting at 52 and a hook. Also, I think the game script will probably follow the Lions jumping out to an early lead, the Bucs needing to pass the ball. And because we see some money coming in on the Lions, I thought, okay, maybe the Buccaneers aren't going to have their full complement of receivers, which could be the case, but Mike Evans is slated to play. Now we're hearing from Adam Schefter that Emeka Egbuka could be a go as well. I think Baker's going to continue doing what he's done all season long, which is playing at an MVP level. And the Lions are going to be without 2 of their starting corners in this game. So let's go Baker Mayfield over 239.5 passing yards. And finally, how about some hockey? Oh, yeah. Little stick and puck tonight. Rangers money line, -134, hosting the Wild. Pretty simple handicap here. The Rangers have not won at Madison Square Garden all season long. Tonight is that night. The Wild should be really tired. They've lost 3 straight. This is their 4th consecutive game on the road. They've had issues scoring goals, and the Rangers are really good on the PK, killing penalties at more than a 91% clip. So short price on the Blue Shirts tonight at the Garden. Rangers -134. A little bit of everything, Chelsea.
I forgot it's hockey season.
Yeah.
But I won't be betting on hockey. All right, so I'm going to be with you on the Baker Mayfield prop. I think it's going to be a back-and-forth game like this total suggests of 52.5 points. Also going to be on George Springer of the Toronto Blue Jays over his hits, runs, plus RBI, over 1.5 for -150. It's a little juicy, but George Springer is the leadoff batter for the Blue Jays, and he has hit this number in 7 of the last 8 postseason games. And most of these coming against the Mariners. So if you look at him, he is Mr. October, 4th all-time on the all-time postseason home runs leaderboard with 22 homers. This is a big moment. And George Springer is normally nails in those big moments. So I think he gets at least 2 hits plus runs plus RBI. And we'll do that for minus 150 as well.
Let's do it. All right. Big card and a lot to like tonight. Before we get to Joe O on Bet Sweats, let's find out what the Dogster is up to.
How did everyone do on their bets this last week?
Dogster, we talked about this at the start of the show.
Oh, did you? Because I seem to remember going 5-0.
All right. Nice job. You were undefeated last week. Congratulations.
Thanks, but I actually went 6-0.
Well, did I miss something?
No, I just went 1-0 on Saturday night. Thank you, Candy.
Do you have a bet before we get to Joe O?
I do. Blue Jays, money line, minus 125.
It's Blue Jays. Again.
The BJs.
The BJs. There you go. That's for you, Dogster. Joe O, how are you, my friend?
One time I was listening to somebody give a live report on 670, the score I was producing at the time. I don't know why. He was giving a live report on the Toronto game. He called them the Blow Jays.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Didn't stick.
And
Didn't stick.
That was repeated for a long, long time on the air. Let's hit there, drop again.
I feel like you just have to lean into that, right? Like, if that ever happens, you just have to joke about it and be like, listen, PG-13, like, please hide your children because that's the way we talk on the show.
Yeah, I think we've all heard it at some point. The Dogster's certainly used to it. Is the NBA really starting tomorrow? Like, I'm already on overload.
Oh.
Like,
I'm not ready.
I can't handle it.
No,
thanks.
no, I don't.
I'm not ready for this.
Come back later.
I don't care about what network you're on. Let's talk in a couple months. We still have baseball going on. People.
Yeah.
Nah,
If I hear tomorrow from anyone, give me the Kings -3, I'm like, nope, that's it. Turning it off immediately.
Shout out
time
to
yet. No, I'm not interested. Joe, good to see you. Have a great show. That is it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Always appreciate you joining us live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. See you tomorrow morning.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Deep drop for Hurts, trying to find something downfield. And it's Devontae Smith. He's loose. He's got it. He is gone. Touchdown, Eagles.
Hey, taking a deep shot down the field. Booty is down there. Touchdown. What a catch. Kayshawn Booty.
Nix will take it himself on 1st and 10. Blocked by Bowles. Touchdown, Denver. The Broncos have their first lead today.
Happy Monday, Joe O, Sammy P with you. This is the BetMGM Network. Bet Sweats. We are here weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern Time. God, there is so much to cover. Everything going on with the NFL, college football, Major League Baseball. We're getting exactly what we thought we were going to get. And NBA tomorrow, I'm not ready for that. I'm not ready. That is probably going to be a rumor. Let's not force anything. We'll bring you a little bit of content, but not too much. Way too much to cover. Sam, how you feeling, man?
Every single favorite won yesterday, right? Every favorite in the NFL? Am I reading that right? Every single favorite? Barf. I will say, though, had a party yesterday at the house, and one of my boys was all in. He pushed all the chips in. He shoved, as one would say on the show. Denver Broncos survivor.
He shoved? Off of London? He shoved?
Mm-hmm.
How's that sweat?
He was ready to die at my house. He could not be touched. He didn't want to be looked at. He was doing all the feng shui. He was doing all the stuff. 33 points, all in the fourth quarter. Denver Broncos win.
It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. All 0 to 33 in one quarter of play. That game was amazing. It almost makes you want to do like an emergency show and you grab your phone and you start shaking it in front of your face to be extra dramatic about the Giants and you can scream about it. Like that's what makes you want to do. And then you could whatever. But that was amazing. It was a ridiculous finish. So I thought we were getting a couple of upsets. So the Chargers were favored. I think that was the one. Was that it yesterday?
Yeah, I guess. It was 1.5, though. I don't consider that to be a real upset.
Yeah. No, it wasn't. There were like no upsets. Okay, we've been doing this a while. Thursday, we had an upset. And then it's all chalk on Sunday. Isn't this how it happened last week? Thursday upset, chalk Sunday. Okay, we get chalk on Sunday again. Do you think that means anything for tonight? As long as we've been doing this, like when you have situations like this, what does it usually mean? How does it usually roll into the Monday game?
Bucks, Texans, moneyline parlay.
Just saying. It's not the worst idea in the world. Look at that clock. That's strong. It's just us that can see it. But anyways, let's talk about the NFL. A lot happened in college football as well. We can't sit here and say there were a lot of great games. Sam just mentioned it. A lot of the results that we got in the end kind of expected, but it was bumpy, especially in the afternoon. Like the early games, there wasn't much of a sweat. Survivor-wise, you brought that up. I was on 3 different teams. They all played in the 1 o'clock Eastern slate, and they all were pretty easy. The only sweat for like close to a half was actually New England. And then Drake May goes down. I'm like, oh no. He leaves the field for a few plays. He goes to the blue tent. I'm getting a little concerned. That guy is so good. I don't care that it's the Titans on the other side. I know about the weak competition. When you go 3-0 on a 3-game road trip, and yes, soft opponents, and you get another one coming home against Cleveland next week, it is impressive what New England is doing. We can go over a lot of teams, but now sitting 5-2, 4-game winning streak, you sweep a 3-game road trip, you have all the noise, all the drama. Are they going to get a fired coach bump on the other side? With McCoy, it looked like early. Maybe they go right down the field. They start putting up some points, and then New England ends up running away. They've got to be hyped over there by you.
Drake May throws a very pretty deep ball. And we did have the Pats on with the sound. That was the first game here, of course. A lot of Pats fans in the crib. That deep ball he threw to Kayshon Boutte, I mean, that's one of the better throws you'll see all season. The deep ball, the home run. Great catch, too, right on the potato tips of the fingers. But they just play good football, man. And now they're 4-0 on the road with a second-year quarterback who continues to get better. He's a very, very special player. And that got hairy for a little bit. I mean, the Titans were kind of jiving. They were scoring touchdowns and everything. And then, we're going to put this out of reach in the second half and shut it down. Tennessee did not score in the second half. I want to throw something at you because during all the games yesterday, one of my buddies who bets the NFL very well, he looks at me about, 4:30, 5 o'clock Eastern and goes, "Are the Colts the best team in football?"
Wow.
And I'm like, I don't think so, but they score 38 on the road. Just dominate the LA Chargers, who are, again, shorthanded on the O-line. The Colts go on the road and score almost 40. They are legit, man.
I feel like every week I say, okay, we're going to learn something more about the Colts. Okay, we're going to learn something more. They keep passing the tests. Why am I waiting? Why am I hesitant on Indianapolis? I saw in our contest that we do together, you took Indy. That was a good move. I took the Chargers. That was a bad move. Man, we can go both sides with it. You give the Colts credit. The Chargers are a mess right now. This team started 3-0 and people started talking about Super Bowl. Them winning that division. Ain't happening. I think there's more than offensive line injuries. Yes, it's easy. Yes, it's impacting that team in a negative fashion. Understood. That defense gave up 38 points yesterday. That's supposed to be viewed as the top 10 defense in this league at the very least. And they got housed at home. Colts go 4 for 5 in the red zone. Turnovers part of it. Herbert turning the ball over. Had a ton of yards, but the turnovers end up doing them in. So, yeah, the Colts big, man. Now it's a road game. That's against a good defense. They're passing every test that you throw at them. They've had some softer matchups, but they've also had tougher matchups. You're right. They're legit. They're legit. I wanted to put them in my top 5 last week. I did not. You did. You have to put them in your top 5 now. Everybody.
And Jonathan Taylor, 3 more scores.
Yep.
Just peeling off points at every turn. That's a very good team. And I think a lot of people 2-3 games in wanted to wait and see, which I understand. It's Daniel Jones, for crying out loud. But as long as they don't turn the ball over, they're fine because they run the ball down your throat. Their O-line and D-line is exceptionally strong. So that's what they're doing. They're winning the line of scrimmage, and they are, I don't want to say the best team in football, but they've been the most impressive from start to finish. Considering where they were in the summer, what the expectations were, and what their record is, they've been as good as any team in the league, considering what they should be and what they are.
I told you last week, the best team in football is the Kansas City Chiefs, now 4-3. No tests yesterday, but, it's hard to find motivation when you're going against the lowly Raiders. And they're coming off the high of a big win in front of everybody, taking care of the Lions, and then they have a shutout. It's 31-0. The defense was phenomenal. The Raiders don't get into the red zone. So you got to give Chiefs their credit. Power rating only goes higher, man. Mahomes looks awesome. Rashee Rice, we saw the impact right away. Gets into the end zone twice. What do you know? That was an easy play. That was plus 130 for an anytime touchdown. It was like automatic. And they got that touchdown early. They were making sure to get that. So the Chiefs keep marching on. They look good. They're probably just going to end up running away with that division moving forward. Carson Wentz, he sucks. He still sucks. I bring this up because I think Minnesota has to play McCarthy now. They don't want to. I don't get it. Oh, so JJ's healthy enough to be your emergency quarterback, but he's not healthy enough to be your starting quarterback? This doesn't make any sense. You're either good enough to play or you aren't. I don't understand. So Kate Constable mentioned something on game day yesterday that just drove me insane. Because on her show on Saturday, Vikings analyst Pete Bursich was on, the former linebacker. He does radio now. And they were talking about JJ, and he's like, oh, well, he's got a lot going on. He just had a kid. It's like, Stop. What? This is insane behavior. Like, the Vikings are reaching for every excuse not to put this kid on the field. And with what Wentz did yesterday with the turnovers, intentional grounding, the Vikings could have won that game. I was wondering, are they winning this game with McCarthy? As bad as he was in the first couple games, I do wonder if he had some more experience, if he's out there, is he making these sort of mistakes? I guess not. But, the Vikings defense didn't look good. The deep ball was great. So maybe the Eagles offense is back. They had that explosion with the two receivers on the outside against an excellent defense coming off the bye. Flores had them prepared. They just didn't have it. But they play the Thursday game, right? Like, I would think that you've got to go to McCarthy. If he's good enough to be your emergency quarterback, he's good enough to play. You can't throw Wentz out there after what we saw.
Absolute horror show betting on Carson Wentz. I've lived that life. I wanted no part of that. That was one of the wins I had yesterday on Philly. How about Devontae Smith? 9 catches, $183, a touchdown. Jalen Hurts was also very good. I think it's very easy to tee off on Hurts. People want to dive through the box scores and make fun of his passing ability and all that. He was 19 of 23, 326, 3 touchdowns. That's about as good as it gets for Jalen Hurts. He's the reason they won that game yesterday.
Yep. There's no doubt about it. And neither receiver can complain. Devontae, 183 and a touchdown. A.J. Brown, 121 and 2 touchdowns. Even though he didn't get a ton of targets, it wasn't needed. But it did look like at a point, like, wait, the Vikings going to come back and steal this? We had a lot of that yesterday in some of those close matchups. You were on the air. I was on the air for the first half. You were on the air for the second half. London blew again. I'm sick of these games. I hate it. I know you laugh at it because I get annoyed by it, but some people say, oh, it's more football. It's great. It's more stuff to bet on. The games are garbage. The results are garbage. I find myself uninterested. When I get off the air and they go to halftime, I don't even watch the second half, but they're going to keep shoving them down our throats.
I didn't watch the first half. Nick's like, what a game so far. I'm like, I haven't watched a play. Yeah. I don't care. And then we made a second half bet. I had the under 20.5. No points in the third quarter. 21 points in the fourth quarter to eke over the 20.5 second half total. The game stink. I also ask myself this question all the time. Like, how am I on such a wrong side when I take the Chiefs against Jacksonville a couple weeks ago? And Jacksonville, like, how does Jacksonville beat Kansas City? That's what I'm thinking watching the game. It's 21-0. Mm-hmm. Jacksonville has no semblance of life. How did that team I know we don't want to do the transitive property. How did Jacksonville beat Kansas City a couple weeks ago?
Fair. When I'm watching the game in the first half, when I'm on the air, the whole time I'm like, they stink. They stink. Cohen's going to move on from Trevor Lawrence. They're awful. If they're not forcing turnovers, they got nothing. So I understand why you're still there on that one. 4-1-1. Are the Packers good?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I'm not impressed. Anything I see. And we talked about the idea, if it was Brissett, and it was that a 1-week bump? You got out of quarterback play? Like, the Cardinals are threatening to win these games with Brissett. They're just not finishing the job. Packers win 27-23. The difference was Parsons. 3 sacks. They had 6 as a team. 3 of them belonged to Parsons. But Arizona was feisty. Once again, I don't know that they are with Kyler Murray under center. But, again, the Packers just do enough to survive and win. Maybe that's all they were looking to do as touchdown underdogs. Arizona covers, but the Packers win in the end.
Also, Justin Fields was benched. I don't
Terrible.
know what took so long. He's just a horrendous quarterback. It is what it is. And then your guy, you bet him again yesterday. You reached out and touched more Quinshon Judkins, Offensive Rookie of the Year. 3 touchdowns for Judkins yesterday. 3.
So right before the game, I'm looking at his player prop, which we discussed last week. Couldn't believe how high it was. I saw it touching mid-90s. We know about the elements. Yeah, they're going to run all day. Of course, that makes sense. Awful defense. Like, he's going to have a big day. But I don't want to bet like over 92.5, 93.5. Like, oh, he's just sitting there 30-1 offensive rookie of the year still. Because remember, last week they didn't use him much. And so his number floated again. Like 30, you got to. I had to. I wish they had 3+ touchdowns, though. Jeez. What's going on this year? Jonathan Taylor, 3 touchdowns. Judkins, 3 touchdowns every time you turn around. Devontae had 3 touchdowns yesterday morning. Ridiculous. Joe O, Sammy P, we've got a Monday Night Football doubleheader. We'll break down both games on the other side. Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
2nd and 11. Going for a big ball. Down the field. He's got an open target. Oh, what a catch. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Taz Johnson has his first NFL touchdown and a magnificent flip to go with it.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
A double dip of Monday Night Football coming your way. We'll preview both of those games. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Thanks for hanging out on this Monday morning. Sam on X at SP Shoot. I'm there at Joe Ostrowski. The show, Bet_Sweats. Thanks for hanging out. It's going to be a lot of fun. Man, there's just so much going on. It's hard to keep up. Like, what's Sunday Night Football after all day? Oh, yeah, there's more playoff baseball going on. Oh, yeah, the NBA is starting tomorrow. A lot happening, but you're going to have to wait a little bit for the World Series. Dodgers, big layoff there until Friday. That's game number 1 as they wait on their opponent. All right, we've got to give the room credit. If we're going to trash the room when they do bad, we've got to give them credit when they do well. And Sam, you mentioned that it was favorite city yesterday. Very few upsets. The ones that did happen, they were kind of coin toss situations. Got to give them credit. The room killed it. Based on the numbers, the top 5 that we gave out on Friday, New England, winner. Cleveland, winner. Philly, winner. Giants, winner. Even the dogs were hitting. Pending Detroit. It was 5.5 on Friday when we mentioned it. It is now sitting 6. So the funny thing to me is, looked at it yesterday, mentioned it on game day. Yeah, they had New England. They still had Philly. They still had Cleveland. They did not have the Giants, and they had Chicago. That one's a winner, too. Detroit's still pending. So we wait on tonight with Detroit.
Good, better, best. Just keep getting the other team to turn the ball over a million times. The Bears might never lose again. The room can't go 5-0, can it? I guess it could. But do you think the room's going to bink a 5-0 NFL weekend? I don't know, man.
They're due. Due factor.
Also, let's remind people the room did go 1-4 in college football. Those have been the bets. So the room is now 11-32-2 in college football this year. Only winner the room got Minnesota against Nebraska. Miami loses outright. Oh,
bro.
We'll talk about Carson Beck in the next segment. Don't worry.
I know you are. There's no doubt.
I got listeners turning on me because Carson Beck had a bad game. Turning on me. Not on Carson Beck, on me. We'll talk about it. Ole Miss does not cover. 7.5. They lose by 8. LSU loses to Vandy. And Texas Tech loses outright. Sam Leavitt looked really good. Sun Devils win that game on the money line. The only win, Minnesota outright against Nebraska. So that was nice. But 1-4 for the room. And again, the college football picks this year on the show, 11-32-2. Very special.
And I saw on Saturday morning, according to some of the tweets out there, that Tennessee was very popular. Loser. Duke, very popular. Loser as well. Yeah, we had Texas Tech. Okay. Jesus. Terrible. Like if we branch out to the top 7, top 8, most of them all losers except for Minnesota. So rough year in college. It does very well. I will say this, even though I'm not ready to bet the NBA right now. Do you remember what happened last NBA season with the room?
Was it 8 or 9 in a row? The first 8 or 9 top plays all lost in a row?
Yeah, like every night. Every time. We're like, we should be betting more. Will Hill, should have bet more. Well, we'll be ready. We'll be ready starting tomorrow. All right, Monday Night Football. Let's go chronological order. This is the more high-profile game anyways. You've got the Bucs and the Lions. The Lions are home favorites of 6 points, 52.5. The injury report, worth discussing. What the hell is going on? I have no idea. When Ibuka goes down, some of the reports, not saying that the team was saying this, but some of the reports out there was an expectation guaranteed to miss on Monday, probably going to end up missing a few weeks. He's practicing this weekend. Ibuka's practicing. Mike Evans is practicing. Saturday, they say both of them are questionable for Monday's game. Now, you got Bucky Irving out, Chris Godwin out. You've got one of your guards is out as well. But which receivers are going to be out there? Do we have to wait until 90 minutes before the game and we find out if those guys are going to play or not? I don't know. I thought one definitely, or maybe both were going to be out, including Ibuka. And now they're saying that he might end up playing. But the injury report is impactful for both sides. And it's the same thing for the Lions as well. They're missing a ton of dudes in the secondary. So you got Baker on one side, and then you've got a beat-up Lions secondary. Which weapons is Baker going to have? I have no idea. But in that Lions secondary, starting corner, Terrion Arnold, out. Safety, Kirby Joseph, out. Safety, Maddox is out. Couple guys in the line, questionable. TJ Reader, Ali McNeil. They're not quite sure. So both of these teams are beat up. We're talking about impactful players, Sam.
I'm looking at this Baker Mayfield passing prop, and I don't want to say wondering how it goes under, but you would think that they're going to need to throw the ball a ton. I know that the weaponry isn't as strong as people would like, but look at the total at BetMGM on Baker, 240.5.
Mm-hmm.
There's a book that has 250.5. So there's a 10-yard range on Baker Mayfield, and I never understand why people only have one sports book. Here's the range on Baker: 240.5, 244.5, 247.5, 250.5. And there will be people that only have one book that only bet over 250.5 when you could bet over 240.5 at BetMGM. And it lands 245, and people are going to say, oh, what a bad beat. No, it's a bad bet. If you're going over 250.5 when there's 240.5 in market, that's a bad bet, not a bad beat. Regardless of who's out there, you have to think the Bucs are going to throw the ball a ton, probably trail in the game, and Baker's going to throw the ball 30, 35 times, I would think.
Lions home games this year. Bears 52-21 over Cleveland 34-10. This is not something new. They've dominated over the years at home. This seems to be a good spot on the Lions. You're down by 13. You lose by double digits at KC, a hyped up game, and you need to bounce back, and you're coming home against a beat up Bucs team. You would think. I'm frankly surprised that the Lions are such a popular bet. I thought this was going to be more of a sharp play because people don't want to lay 6 against Baker, but they're doing it. They're doing it in this game. I don't know if it was injury related or you got to back Detroit at home. Dan Campbell, I want to back that team tonight. It's going to be a fun game. I'm not sure. Baker as a dog, phenomenal. With Tampa as an underdog, 16-8 against the spread. And you look at some of these good offenses, they're averaging 29 points per game against the Lions. KC, Baltimore, and Green Bay averaging 29 points per game this year. And I just mentioned 3/4 of their secondary is out. I haven't heard anybody say Tampa. I'm not telling you Tampa. I'm just saying there's a clear path. Maybe both of these receivers are out there, and it's another one-score Baker game, and then everybody's like, what the hell? I thought the Lions were going to bounce back and just steamroll them. Are you surprised that the Lions are such a popular play at this number?
No, not really, because they've been very good at home, as you chronicled, and they're in that bounce back spot, right? They go to Kansas City. They lose the game that they were in until maybe the fourth quarter, and then they fell apart. Kansas City finished strong and got that win and cover, but Detroit's been very good in this building, so it does make sense. I don't love that the room is on the Lions, and I was thinking, I haven't made a bet yet on Monday. I was thinking if there's something to do tonight, I had joked earlier about moneyline parlay. I'm not doing that. Detroit down in a teaser feels pretty good. I don't think the Lions are going to lose, but winning by more than 6, winning by margin feels a little lofty. I like Detroit down from 6 to pick. And then, honestly, I know people would say, oh, you can't tease 3 up. Ha, watch me. Watch me tease the Texans defense from +3 to +9. Who loses that teaser? Detroit down, Houston up tonight.
The only question is Baker. That's it. Is there that magic? Does he pull off an upset? In a week of favorites winning, I understand the thought process. It makes sense to me. My first thought early this week was Lions. I like the Lions, and now everybody's jumped on, and I don't love that part of it. I'm probably going to stick with it and bet the Lions, not loving the idea that everybody's on it, but I also want to see what the hell's happening with the Bucs receivers. Like, am I laying 6 against Baker if they say Ibuka and Evans are in? I don't know. It might drop then. No, it might go back to 5.5 where we were much of the week. So I'm a wait and see. I want to see what's happening with the Bucs receivers, but I'm likely going to be betting on the Lions. As far as the other game that you mentioned, Houston and Seattle, this is not an overlapping situation. This game kicks off at 10 Eastern. So I know you're going to stay up for the entire game. 10 Eastern, 9 Central for me. Texans, Seahawks. Seahawks laying 3 at home, low total. So yes, that makes a tease very appetizing. Total of 41 in this game. 2 phenomenal defenses. The difference is the offense. Seattle has been outstanding this season with what Sam Darnold's done, and Texans, a lot of questions. Houston coming off their bye, 15 days between games. So they've had a lot of time to stew for this one.
This has not budged. It's been 3 for about a week, and that's a little alarming. If you're on Seattle, you would think there would be a push off the 3, but there's been enough money on Houston quietly. People know they can bet the underdog. Sharps are holding Houston at +3. That's what's going on. The public's definitely on Seattle. The public loves small home favorites, but there's been a nice piece of support on the Houston Texans. We've also seen some money on the under. People love overs. They love primetime overs as well, but the biggest move in the game has been under, 42.5 to 41. I do sort of like the under. It feels correlated to me. If you like Houston, you like the under. If you like Seattle, maybe you like the over. We're Seattle guys, too. I mean, we sat here 3 weeks ago, and we're talking about Seattle to win the NFC at a big number, which is no longer available, of course, and I didn't bet it. Isn't that fishy, though, that it hasn't moved off 3 all week on Seattle?
I think Texans are live. And that's not like an outlandish statement when the point spread is 3. But yeah, I'm just thinking about how this plays, and Seattle is actually better on the road. McDonald, since he's been there, 10-1 straight up. You look at this year, both of their losses, they came at home. Now, the opponent matters. It was San Francisco, Tampa Bay, the 2 home games that they lost. One of them was the first game of the year when San Francisco was healthier than they are right now. But they've been better on the road here. And, okay, what do you need to do if you're playing Seattle defensively? You need to take JSN out of the game. You need to limit him as much as possible because now everything's going through that guy. He's changing games for Seattle. Doesn't that Texans secondary have the weaponry to do that? I think they do. They're great against the pass. I'm looking under. I think the number is about right. Seattle -3 makes sense. I'm expecting a low-scoring game here with 2 strong defenses.
Yeah, under 41 is a solid look, I think. But I also think a lot of people will come in and hook Seattle money line to other things. I know for a fact my buddy Big Dan's going to send me a parlay. It'll be 9 legs, and it will be hooked to Seattle money line. He'll have JSN over. He'll have Darnold over. He'll have Stroud over. He'll have you name it. He'll have all these overs, and he'll have Seattle money line. I can already see the parlay now. I haven't seen it, but I can visualize it right now.
He's gonna send it though before the game.
Oh yeah, 9-legger, always 9 legs. Never 8, never 10, always 9.
Jeez, a 9. Oh, that's the magic number. He must have hit a 9 leg one time. Rick Woolen, he's off the injury report. Witherspoon, Julian Love in that Seattle secondary, both questionable. So the Seahawks are getting healthier, as scary as that is. So a lot of people are going to be buying it. It's just, doesn't it feel like that spot? Monday Night Football. Now people are realizing how good the Seahawks are. Other way. Other side. Right? That's how it feels.
It has not budged off the 3. Has not budged. For a week, it's been sitting 3. There's enough support on Houston to keep this on 3. Put it that way.
Yep. The smart people are on that Houston side. So we've got a doubleheader there. So that would be fun. That'll be fun. You plan on staying up for both games?
I'll be asleep right after You Better You Bet today when I have to go on at 5:20. I will be right asleep immediately after the show.
Right after You Better You Bet you're going to bed?
Right after my hit.
Oh, it's been one of those? One of those
Mhm.
weekends? Yeah, that's how I feel. That's how I feel right now, too. I don't think this is going to budge either. By the time we get to the game tonight, it's going to be a strong 3. So if you're thinking, I'll wait and see if it goes to 3.5, take the Texans then. I don't think you're going to get that 3 on the hook. Joe O, Sammy P, case of the Mondays. What bothered us from over the weekend? I know Sam's going to bring us back to Friday. I can't wait to hear it. This is BetSweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to BetSweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
I gotta get out of here. I think I'm gonna lose it.
Uh-oh. Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
Sounds like a case of the Mondays.
I scream all alone.
Does anyone ever say to you, sounds like someone has a case of the Mondays?
No, man. I believe you get your ass kicked saying something like that, man.
I hear the boss is in a bad mood again.
Case of the Mondays. Monday mornings, 9:40 a.m. Eastern here on Bet Sweats. What bothered us from over the weekend? We'll talk to Noops. We'll get some Monday Night Football touchdown plays at the top of the hour in 20 minutes. Also, let's get a little bit of feel for what's happening in the NBA. He always has some futures ideas, whether it be team or awards that you might want to consider or keep a close eye on. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich with what bothered us from over the weekend. That's what we do on Case of the Mondays. If you want to jump in, if you want to let us know what's bothering you, bet_sweats. Over on X, you can also jump in the chat on YouTube, BetMGM Network YouTube page, and also on Twitch. Go ahead, Sam.
So July was when we started talking about Carson Beck to win the Heisman at 37-1. It wasn't 10-1. It wasn't 12-1. It was 37-1. And the whole handicap was Miami's better than people think, and Miami's probably going to beat Notre Dame, at which point the number is going to get cut in half. So, yes, we've talked about it a ton. What do you want me to do? He was favored to win the Heisman Friday morning. Favored everywhere to win the Heisman Trophy. And he has a horrible game. If you didn't watch it, here's the recap. He sucked. He threw 5 interceptions. Only 4 of them counted because the 5th interception got overturned because of a roughing the passer call. He was horrible. And I own that. I mean, I'm not hiding from it. He's not going to win the Heisman Trophy. But I hate that I'm too friendly sometimes via direct message. If people want to send me a note, they want to shoot the breeze, I'm usually pretty game to do that. And this is a guy who's followed me for at least 5 years. At least 5. I went back through the DMs. We started talking about a Heisman bet in 2021. So that's how long this goes back, right? With a guy I've done nothing but give time to. Maybe incorrectly so. Like, maybe it's my fault. Maybe it's my fault. He flips out on me. Flips out on Friday after the game. Like, immediately after the game, he sends me a novel over direct message. You wouldn't stop talking about Carson Beck. All you did was talk about Carson Beck. I'm like, right, because we bet 37-1 and he was 3-1 to win the Heisman. This guy, I mean, the message is insane. I can't even read it, obviously, because there are so many expletives and so many things that I can't say on a live radio show. But this guy turns on me because Carson Beck throws 4 picks. Not me throwing 4 picks, Carson Beck throwing 4 picks. And the bet's dead, and I've been talking about Miami all season, and I'm wrong, and I'm a fraud, and stupid bet, you're stupid, all this stuff. Much worse, of course, but I'm not gonna read how bad it was. Then I wake up Saturday, and I have another message from this same character who says,
"Wow,
hey, bro, my bad. I was in the sauce last night. I really needed the money. My emotions got the best of me." Like, oh, cool. That makes it all better, right? You can just tee off on me, swear at me, say whatever you want. I'll just take it. I'll just take it in the observation chair. Go ahead. Just throw it in. Throw it in. Just tee off on me because the quarterback didn't play well, and then apologize. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad, bro. We are too accessible, and we can have that conversation maybe a different day. But I'm really thinking twice about just like being friendly with strangers, because this is not the first time this has happened. And I promise you, Joe, it's not the last time where somebody who's followed you, who engages with you, who likes your content, has one bad night and just turns on you. And honestly, like, I'm tired of it. It is so unnecessary for me to have to read a message like that. And then the next morning, oh, my bad. I was drinking too many spritzers. My bad. Tired of it. Tired of it.
Yeah, it is your bad. Block. I know sometimes people say, oh, you're soft if you're blocking people. No, I don't have to deal with it. I'm not here to be harassed by anybody. We don't get paid to be on social media. We don't have to be. Our bosses really want us to be on there and really want us to be active on there, but we don't have to be. So screw you. Like, that's how I feel. You're screaming because Carson Beck was terrible. 37-1. Sam told you to bet it. After 5 games, I tell you, during the summer, okay, he's 37-1. Here's the story. After 5 games, Carson Beck's going to be the favorite. How do you feel about that bet? You make it 100 times out of 100. He can only put you in a position. Players got to play. We don't know what's going to happen with that oblong football. We have no idea. Looking forward, it looked great because there weren't that many trouble spots for Miami. And we were actually thinking this is going to help him because, okay, they're not going to play these top teams, so it's going to be hard for him to impress. But he could put up awesome stats, and he's got a primetime game here where there aren't a ton of games, so the attention on Friday night is going to be on Carson Beck. He just didn't live up to the moment. He didn't do his job. Like you always say, we did our job. They got to do their job. Well, he got you there. He's not going to be the Heisman Trophy winner. That's clear because of that game. Like I was feeling this way a week ago. It was clear Mateer after last week was not going to be the Heisman Trophy winner. That's what happens. It's hard to pick. We're going to have a long, long conversation about this Heisman race tomorrow because it feels like the pool's getting bigger now, which is not supposed to happen. But we're eliminating guys that were at the top at some point as the season moves along. Maybe we shouldn't be eliminating them entirely. I don't know. But there's a lot going on there. That's too bad that you end up feeling that way because I hear from a lot. Like this morning, I had a few good messages. I'm like, oh, dude, that's a good idea. Yeah, we're going to talk about that on the show, maybe on Tuesday. Oh, I didn't notice that. Like the listeners also help us like point out things that maybe we didn't see. So yeah, I hate that automatic block. Get out of my life. Don't need to deal with you. And yeah, screw off. My bad. Yeah, it's I hate it when people say that. My bad. Of course it's your bad. Who else's fault would it be? Like, no, get out of my face. All right. I got a couple things. First off, last night, Mike Tirico. Dude, shut up. I already put National Tight End Day on the family calendar. Stop talking about it on Sunday Night Football. So everybody's going to be on it. All the numbers are going to be destroyed because Mike Tirico wouldn't stop talking about it. And this dumb idea that they had in some meeting at NBC, let's make it National Running Back Day last night, which nobody knew about. And they make these professional athletes wear stupid-ass capes on national TV after the game. It was an embarrassment. Shut up, Tirico. You're going to ruin our numbers for our touchdown props for National Tight End Day. Remember last year how almost all of them hit? That was annoying. That was very dumb with the capes last night. I don't know if you saw any of that. Hopefully you did not. Another thing I realized last night, concussions are bad for bowling. Real bad. I'm still feeling the effects. Yeah? Like yesterday morning. Yes. And then here's the troubling part. You know, it's like 4 days later and you're not supposed to look at screens. How much of your day is filled with looking at screens?
An embarrassingly high amount, unfortunately.
We can't avoid it. We got to watch football all day Saturday, all day Sunday. We're on our phone, 3 hours in the show. We're staring at a screen. We got a ring light in our face. I'm like, what the hell do I do? And then I'm there. And then you got blaring music at bowling. And I realized they put in a touch tunes. You know what's happening with touch tunes? I thought somebody was effing with me. The entire night, Nickelback. I'm like, somebody paid money to piss me off. And I don't even hate Nickelback as much as most Americans do. But it was Nickelback the whole time. What I think was happening was nobody was using it, and their default is Nickelback for hours, back to back to back to back. a painful experience. All the lights going on, the music blaring, and it happens to be Nickelback for hours. And first 2 games, I bowled terrible. Got back on track in the third game, but I did not know that concussions were bad for bowling. But I realized last night that they are.
There's no way that place defaults to Nickelback. That
they did.
That can't be a thing. There's no way. Somebody's got to be firing songs. There's no way it defaults to one band. That can't be a thing.
So then I think someone got pissed because then all of a sudden it's Metallica. I'm like, oh, somebody had enough of Nickelback. Somebody's like, I'm paying. I don't care. We got to do something else here. Yep.
Are we talking Photograph? Just Photograph on loop, Nickelback?
No, it was every song they've ever had. Photograph is part of it. Like every Nickelback song I'd ever heard of, I heard it. I heard it all. It's crazy.
Yeah, don't be that guy. Don't be the guy firing Nickelback start to finish. Don't be that person. Nobody wants that.
Yeah, Gertz likes Nickelback. Big surprise. The world hates them, and Gertz likes them.
He likes Nickelback? Ew.
Hey, Bears won again, Gertz. Winless.
So did Indiana. Indiana won again, too. Who are we fading tomorrow? We're fading the Bulls, right? Opening night?
He said Detroit wins. Bulls under the win total. Maybe we have to ask Noops about them. Like, are they making the playoffs? He's on Detroit minus 2.5. Do we have to go Bulls money line on Tuesday?
No, I would fade Bulls. I would not back Bulls. I would fade. Although I will say Gertz he's been pretty spot on. The Blackhawks have been, believe it or not, Joe, I know you've watched a ton. Blackhawks look pretty good so far.
Wouldn't know. I'll take your word for it. Take your word for it. All right, might be time to come in on the other side pretty soon. All right, good stuff. That was Case of the Mondays. A few things to be upset about from over the weekend. Don't worry, we'll balance things. We'll get to Monday Moons at 11 a.m. Eastern. That's going to be a lot of fun. Coming up next, Noops drops by. Monday Night Football touchdown plays and some NBA on BetSweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, got another double dip Monday Night Football action to go over. Joe O, Sammy P. We'll hit on the NBA with our guy Noops Christensen _Noops over on X. He's all over the place. You can find him BetUS, covering the NBA, FTN fantasy as well, and also does some stuff for lineups. Noops, I understood why, but a lot of Eagles fans very down about the team, even though they had a good record and they were beating good teams. It just looked ugly, ugly, ugly. Yesterday, they did let the Vikings back in the game, but, you know, the explosive plays, the deep ball was working. You feel a little better about your Eagles?
It's tough. Again, the Eagles have sort of taken on the persona of the Chiefs from the last couple seasons where you never really feel good. They keep winning games. They have these great records. They are clearly one of the most talented teams. And, you know, the Chiefs the last couple of years, the roster got a little bit old. I don't think that's a problem with the Eagles. Just a lot of injuries. You're just missing guys all over the place. So I think it's every time you get something good, like seeing the offense play really well, it comes with something bad. You know, there has yet to be this Eagles game where the offense and the defense both have looked really good. Special teams isn't making any mistakes. So have to feel better about the offense, the idea that maybe A.J. Brown is happy. I know for the last week or so, there's been whispers of an A.J. Brown trade, which I would be blown away if the Eagles, for some reason, traded him. So it's good to see everyone's happy and we're scoring points again, but we'd like to get the defense healthy.
Well, Saquon is clearly not healthy either. 44 yards yesterday. He's out there. He's giving it the college try, but that guy is not healthy. And Joe's been talking about all these high numbers on Barkley, and you just go under. I'm pretty sure his prop has hit every game but one on the under. He just doesn't look healthy. That's going to happen, though, Noops, when you touch the ball 500 times last year.
Yeah, I would actually say that that's more about the offensive line and all the injuries that they've been dealing with. The starting center, the guards have been out. We've seen Lane Johnson, like he does every year, really struggle to stay on the field. And a lot of the success last year, and not to take anything away from Saquon Barkley, who's one of the most electric running backs that I've seen in my lifetime, it was about that offensive line. I mean, every time he touched the ball, he's getting half a yard, a full yard up the field before there's any contact whatsoever. This year, he's getting the ball. He's getting hit behind the line of scrimmage. And yes, he does look slow. We've yet to see him really kind of run away from anybody is the way I would describe it. Last year, he had a handful of runs where there's defenders behind him and they're 2 yards behind, then they're 4 yards behind, then there's 6 and they're 8. We've just yet to see him really explode. But I think a lot of that really has to do with the offensive line.
We'll get to Monday Night Football touchdown plays and, of course, the NBA. But right now, and I won't even include Washington because now Jaden Daniels goes down with a hamstring. So you're thinking a couple weeks. Eagles or Cowboys win the division?
Oh, the Eagles are winning the division. I thought you were going to say something goofy like the Giants, but no, the Eagles are the best of these 4 teams. No. Absolutely. The Eagles are going to win the division. I am not worried about that.
Okay.
As for tonight, we got a double dip. I will not be awake for the late game, but that doesn't mean that I can't make a couple of bets here and there. What do you like tonight? You got 2 games. You got a bunch of players on the line. What's shaking?
Yeah, a lot going on here, and it's crazy as thinking about a touchdown score. You've got a game with 2 of the most dynamic offenses in the NFL, and the Buccaneers and Lions, but I see a lot more value in the other game where we've got 2 of the best defenses in the NFL between the Seattle Seahawks and the Houston Texans. And it's one of those things where just because both defenses are great doesn't mean there's ways you can't go through and sort of pick them apart. I think that there are matchups for both teams in this game that could really be attacked, and especially with Houston coming off a bye, with Seattle having some time to be prepared for this game a little bit. And I'll start with Dalton Schultz. The tight end for the Houston Texans has yet to catch a touchdown this season. I think tonight is the night. I think we're going to pop Dalton Schultz touchdown cherry for the season against a Seahawks team that is bottom 5 against tight ends in the NFL in just about every single category. Schultz has the second most targets, the second most snaps, the second most red zone targets for the Texans. The ball is funneling towards him, and tonight I think will be a good spot for him. Our friends over at MGM have him plus 350 to score a touchdown. I love that. I would have that closer to like plus 275. And on the other side, this one a little bit of a longer odds, but rookie Torrey Horton has been really solid for the Seattle Seahawks. Now, he's not playing a ton, but he has a very specific role, and that role is to stretch the field, to get down the field as quickly as he possibly can to create some space. And again, it hasn't been easy scoring against the Texans, but if you're going to score against the Texans, it's generally been on longer throws. I'm looking at Torrey Horton right now at MGM plus 575 to score a touchdown. I think that's another really great bet. He's someone that I'm excited to watch over the next couple of years, given his athletic gifts, but the role, the matchup, everything's telling me he's going to break one long tonight. So we'll go with Dalton Schultz to score a touchdown for the Texans and Torrey Horton to score a touchdown for the Seahawks.
For those unfamiliar with Noops' work in the anytime touchdown, first touchdown plays that he gives out, a lot of times tight end is the move. Anecdotally, it feels like a lot of these primetime games, we've been seeing that, especially on Thursdays, like backup tight ends getting into the end zone. Have you noticed that a little bit more this year, or is it just like any other year to you?
Well, I think last year was so different in that it felt like every first touchdown was running backs. It was one of the best seasons for running backs that we've seen in a long time. Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, Jonathan Taylor, all those guys scoring first touchdown after first touchdown. But we've had a lot of odd names. It's been a great year for backup wide receivers. We had, and apologies for not being able to pronounce his name because I'm not quite sure what it is, Kiyata Mumpfield. We had him to score the first touchdown in the London game yesterday. Mumps for everyone. That was a lot of fun. We had Nate Atkins in the game the week before. Again, one of the backup tight ends for the Broncos. I think we're back to what I would call, Joe, normal run after a season of just favorite after favorite scoring first touchdowns. Christian McCaffrey, all those guys. But we're finally back to a little bit of craziness, although we did see McCaffrey score first last night.
Any interest in taking the points with Baker and the boys?
I've been staring at that for days, and it's one of those situations where the logical part of my brain understands why it's 6. The Lions are arguably the best team in the league from a power rating perspective. They've been fantastic all season. It's just incredible what Dan Campbell can do with this team year in and year out, and just how talented this roster is. It's just amazing. At the same time, the Buccaneers are beat up. There's a lot of injuries. Now, it looks like they'll get some guys back. Egbuka, it seems like there's positivity around him playing. I'm not sure what that means, but I would think that he's probably going to play tonight. Seems like Mike Evans is going to be back, so should be some more pieces there. But defensively, the Buccaneers are still a mess. I haven't pulled the trigger yet. I was thinking maybe, kind of a cop-out bet, Sam, of like a Buccaneers team total over, something like that. Again, looking from our friends over at MGM, it's just 23.5 points. I think that's a really low number. So definitely lean towards the Buccaneers plus 6, but maybe that team total over at 23.5 is a better look.
Are you doing anything with touchdowns in this game? Like you mentioned, a lot of stuff up in the air with the Tampa receivers. Same thing, Evans and Egbuka, even though it sounded like Egbuka was going to be out for a number of weeks. I don't even know that he actually plays. Do you wait till you get that 100%, 90 minutes before the game, or is there just not value because it's a very high total game?
It is a tough game, and it's something where I try to wait as long as I possibly can with some of these injuries. I know there are a lot of guys that like to strike early, but as an NBA bettor especially too, I think I have been sort of trained to think of betting on injury situations as basically putting in a parlay. The parlay being the bet I want to make along with what I think is going to happen from an injury perspective, and it just adds so much uncertainty there. But there's definitely a couple guys here that I think are going to score. I mean, at the top of the board, you're going to have to lay juice with David Montgomery. That's really tough. Mike Evans at plus 100. But as I scroll further down the board, I love this Lions team because Dan Campbell in the offense really loves to spread the ball around. Yes, you get a lot of touchdowns that flow through Amon-Ra St. Brown, the running backs, and even Sammy Laporta there. I think Laporta is a solid bet tonight. Plus 160, that's a pretty good number. But as we talked about, backup tight ends have been pretty good this year, and I'm going to go for the Lions backup tight end. Brock Wright plays about 60% of the snaps for this team, is generally out there to block, but is involved in a lot of plays, especially around the red zone, has scored a couple touchdowns already this season. And again, our friends over at BetMGM have him at plus 825. That is a huge number, and I think probably should be close to like plus 550, plus 600. Give me Brock Wright to score a touchdown at a big, big number.
So this
Let's
Lions...
talk some hoops. Oop. Sorry, Joe.
Yeah, no worries. The Lions secondary, missing a few guys. Any interest? Tez Johnson, people love him after he thought they were chanting MVP at him last week, plus 475. Cameron Johnson, who I believe also got into the end zone last week, he's plus 750. If you're going to score on the Lions a little bit, you would think Baker's going to have chances with some of those other receivers. Any interest?
Yeah, I do, but the problem is, how do I pick which one of these guys? We know who the
Right.
top receivers are going to be. It's going to be Evans. It's going to be Egbuka, but the Buccaneers really love to rotate that third guy. I mean, even someone like Ryan Miller at plus 400 is probably value there, but it's really hard for me to pick through Tez, to pick through Cameron Johnson and Ryan Miller. So if I don't like one enough, I've got to avoid all three.
I am very behind on basketball. I'll put my hand up and admit that right now. What do I need to know heading into this season in the NBA?
The Denver Nuggets are underrated. The Oklahoma City Thunder are incredible. It's one of the best rosters any organization has put together in decades. It's just incredible how many good players the Thunder have, the sustainability of this, the way the contracts have been set up, all the draft picks they have coming behind. But Nikola Jokic, I think, probably for the first time in his career, has a roster that's 10, 11 guys deep that can finally get through the regular season and be a top 2 or 3 seed in the Western Conference and finally get some rest. If you remember the season the Nuggets won the title, they basically took the month of April and March off. Jokic was sitting games. They were resting everybody. And Jokic came into those playoffs in just peak condition. I mean, it was unbelievable what he was able to do there. And I think this season, we're looking at kind of a similar setup where the Western Conference is really great and deep, but behind Oklahoma City, behind the Denver Nuggets, I don't really see another team that can sort of pop up and scare these guys. You know, you start to look, the San Antonio Spurs, it's probably a season too early for Wembanyama to be dragging that team all the way to the Western Conference Finals. The Golden State Warriors, we'll see what they can do. I'm really optimistic about that team, but long in the tooth, any sort of injuries there are really going to derail things. The Houston Rockets, devastated by the Fred VanVleet injury. There's just not a point guard or a player that they can acquire that is going to fill in and do what he was able to do. The Minnesota Timberwolves, I think everyone's sleeping on them a little bit, but I think they're still markedly behind the Thunder and the Nuggets. And as I look at the market here at some of the prices, you know, our friends at MGM, they've got the Thunder plus 170 to win the Western Conference, the Nuggets plus 375. I think those numbers should be much closer to win the title. The Thunder are plus 240. The Nuggets are plus 550. Again, I would make those numbers much, much closer. So I'm betting the Nuggets. Give me the Nuggets to win the West at plus 375, to win the title at plus 550. I think those are both great numbers for what might be the best team Nikola Jokic has ever played on.
Wow. Good stuff there, Noob. So he's all in on the Denver Nuggets, saying there's value even though they're the second favorite. Like, they should be much closer to being the favorite. Okay. What about the awards markets that you were interested in that you've already placed some bets in?
I can't believe, again, I'm going to say this on a recorded video, but I have faith in the New Orleans Pelicans. Skinny Zion, I'm actually not too moved by that. If he's injured, that's going to be tough. But if he can be healthy, I think this Pelicans team is actually pretty talented. I don't love the trades they made to acquire Jeremiah Fears and Derek Queen on draft night, but none of that matters in terms of winning regular season games. We'll make fun of them next offseason when some other team has their pick, and it's pretty solid. But this is a team, their win total's right around 30.5. I love over on that. And their coach, Willie Green, the guy who led this team to, I think it was 46 wins 2 years ago when Zion was able to play 60, 70 games, is right in a position where everyone is underrating this Pelicans team. And coach of the year generally comes down to which coach has led his team to exceed expectations the most. If you go back and look, I think over the last 10 coach of the years, they've averaged exceeding their regular season win total by 9 games. They've increased their wins season over season by about 10, 11 games. And the Pelicans are in absolutely perfect position to do that. I'm seeing Willie Green for coach of the year at around plus 40 to 1 or plus 4,000 there. I think that is a really, really nice bet. I'm excited to do that. And I'll go back to the Nuggets. Most improved player is one of my favorite awards to bet. You look season over season, it's about finding a player who can increase his counting stats, if you will, points per game by at least 4 or 5 points. Give me an extra rebound, an extra assist, something like that. And with Michael Porter Jr. moving out, Cameron Johnson coming into the lineup for the Nuggets, I think there's going to be a lot more opportunity for Christian Brown to really affect what's going to happen here with this Denver team. I expect his minutes to increase. He's been working on his shooting. I expect more threes from him. Everything is in place for him to take a big step forward on a winning team. I think it's just going to mean a lot what the Nuggets' success is and how good he is. So Christian Braun also plus 4,000 to be most improved player. I like both of those. Again, Willie Green, coach of the year. Christian Braun, most improved player.
We have like 30 seconds. Jeff Sherman texts me every week. to buy Sixers stock to win the East. I'm like, Jeff, stop texting me. He keeps adding.
All right, I'm ready to be hurt. It's this happens every season. We see Ben Simmons making threes at the beginning of the summer. Joel Embiid's in shape. He's not wearing a knee brace. Everything is fine. What could go wrong? Honestly, even if Paul George is still dust, even if Joel Embiid can only play 30 or 40 games, we've got Tyrese freaking Maxey, my favorite player in the NBA, Jared McCain, VJ Edcombe. The Sixers are going to win. Let's do it.
There it is. I don't think it took much to push Noops to get there. He had that hat ready to go. Noops Christensen underscore Noops over on X. Check out his work. Lineups, BetUS, FTN Fantasy. Good stuff. Monday Morning Market moves on the other side. The BetMGM Network.
The markets are open.
People always ask, well, why should I bet on Monday? Because you have the perfect number in front of you.
And the numbers are moving.
We've seen this total go from 47.
You're dealing with numbers all day long.
To 49, 49 and a half.
Bang, bang, bang.
Now you're getting a field goal in a game that was sit and pick 'em for so long.
Let's dive into some Monday morning market moves.
It's his first day on Wall Street. Give him time.
On Bet Sweats, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Monday morning market moves. This is what we do on Mondays. Moons coming your way, 11 a.m. Eastern. We go college football, and then we go NFL. We've been heavy NFL so far in the show, so let's bounce over to college. Before we get into these numbers that are on the move, we started talking about Heisman a little bit with Case of the Mondays and Carson Beck and all that. We'll get into that. But I texted you this the other day. I was just amazed by it. And maybe I shouldn't be, but I just found it so funny. When we're talking to Murray on Thursday, he's like, look, we got a couple of public dogs here this week. They keep coming in on them. They keep taking those dogs. Those dogs were USC and Ole Miss. They are betting USC at plus 7.5. The line moves towards Notre Dame. They're betting USC plus 9.5. The number keeps moving to Notre Dame. On game day, it was 10.5, 11. And the public's all in on USC. All in. So they bet it all week, 7.5, 8.5, 9.5. Notre Dame wins by 10. Thought that was hilarious.
So sad.
Georgia, Ole Miss, open 6.5. Public's in on Ole Miss, giving the plus 6.5. All right, we'll give you plus 7, plus 7.5. Give it to me. Bet it all week. We're taking Ole Miss plus 7.5. Bulldogs field goal. 2 minutes left. Bulldogs win by 8. I thought it was, I don't know, man, it was so funny.
Close on the dogs. So close.
They got hooked. They hooked me.
I will say, as somebody who bet Notre Dame, they should have won by 24. The interception that CJ Carr threw, I screamed. I haven't screamed to the TV a lot this year. I've been very subdued. I've been very in control. When he did that Kyler Murray, Russell Wilson run around for 30 yards in the rain and then heave an interception on 3rd and goal, I literally screamed at the television, what the... You know exactly what I said. I'm like, what was that throw? But they did cover. Jeremiah Love, healthy, question mark? I thought he got ran over by a golf cart. He looked pretty good.
My first thought was, thank God we didn't lean into the golf cart story. Like, what if we put that out there on social? Like, we're getting attacked, even though
he had 200 yards. He had 200 yards on the ground.
No, he had more than that. It was 228 on the ground, 37 more through the air. So over 250 for just him. Golf cart, moon. What was the story? Hundreds of pounds of protein shakes in a golf cart?
I don't know. I'm like, this sounds made up. And then he couldn't have looked any better. He couldn't have looked any stronger and any more ready to go. He dominated. USC had no answer for the running game. No answer. And look,
here's how good Jeremiah Love was.
What's that?
Sorry. Here's how good Jeremiah Love was. After the game, friends of mine that don't bet, never bet, say I might sell you some money to put Love for Heisman.
Oh, stop. You can't bet it after he runs for 200. You're supposed to bet it before that, not after.
I know. I'm just saying, though, that's how good he was after the golf cart incident, apparently.
I told my buddies, too, they're big Notre Dame guys, going into the game. This was Wednesday or Thursday. They are diehard Notre Dame guys. They live and breathe Irish football. I sent them both a text. We're in a group thread. I said, you guys should bet Notre Dame title. It was 18-1 at the book in Whiting. They live right there by the horseshoe. I go, guys, it's 18-1. Neither one was interested. The one guy said, the OC's got to go. I'm like, okay, got it. The OC's got to go. Before the game, where the OC called a really good game. They are now, I see them 12-1 at BetMGM on Notre Dame, and I believe there's a book in Vegas that has a 10-1. Here's the range across the country: 13, 12, 11, 11, 11, 11, 10. They were 18. I thought it was a good look. That number almost halved after a win over USC.
Boston College, Navy, Pitt, Syracuse, Stanford. They're in.
They're running the table.
Yeah, they're in. They're going to go lose the first two and then run the table and be in the playoff and be scary to any opponent. They're in. It was 18-1 when you mentioned it. You told your buddies. We briefly mentioned it on the show. Like Paul was thinking about it. And then the drop to 12 is the best price. Is there still value on a team that normally Carr's a lot better? You've been all over that. You've been talking about Carr a lot. He just wasn't on Saturday night in the elements. It was raining pretty bad there. But Love was great. So this defense, do you trust it? Do you trust the pass defense? Have they improved? Because like that was something I was wondering about. Yeah, you played Purdue, you played Boise, NC State. Like, do we really know if they got better? Well, you faced a real quarterback. You faced a real offense on Saturday.
Here's what I was thinking during the game. You're going to laugh because we didn't do it. How many times do we talk about bets that win that we don't do?
Yeah.
Ohio State's probably winning the title. Do we run back Ohio State over Notre Dame national title?
Let's go. Here's the question. What if they're on the same side of the bracket?
Then I'll cry.
God, then we're screwed. Can you bet that now? Can you do exact?
I don't believe so. The only thing MGM has right now is who will be the number one seed in the playoff. Okay. But they don't have anything exotic yet. They will. I mean, this market was created once the bracket was revealed. These markets all started to come out, and they gave win totals for teams. Like you give a team 1.5 or 2.5 or whatever. Ohio State's number will be probably 2.5 wins. Then again, as I say that, that seems a little much. But Ohio State is, man, they just keep finding ways to just shut you down. Nobody can move the ball on that defense. And now, as crazy as it sounds, Julian Sayin is one of 3 favorites to win the Heisman. Sayin, Simpson, Mendoza, all 3-1. I know we're going to talk Heisman tomorrow for an extended period of time, but their offense is coming together and their defense is the best in the country.
But when I say to you, if I go down the list and I say, all right, Mendoza, Simpson, Sayin, Reed, Pavia, Stockton, Moore, Love, Dampier, Jeremiah Smith, Beck, Carr, like, is there a real leader?
No, there's not. They're just basically moving off the money. Sayin's been getting a lot of money last couple of weeks. I know that for a fact. People have been betting it. I don't know that the voters are going to get there. You brought up that comment a couple of weeks ago where the bettors and the voters probably see things differently. And I don't know that the voters can get behind Sayin. Maybe I'm wrong. I also would not bet Julian Sayin at 3-1 to win the Heisman, but I digress.
I think you're right. Yeah, there's a lot to go over there. It feels like now we're resetting because a lot of guys that have been favorites are viewed as out. Like, eliminate them. We can go over that. Like, all the guys that have been favorites, are they all out now? And then moving forward, are there going to be new names? Maybe. This thing is wide open right now as they're just changing numbers a ton on a week-to-week basis. All right. There are a few movers that stand out, and that's what we do here, Monday Morning Market Moves. But you know what? Let's bring up Vandy. They win. They cover. It was the first time in 51 games they were favored in an SEC game. It was wild. There were a lot of interesting numbers when it came to that, and they win and they cover. They win by a touchdown over the weekend. They've got another tough one. They're hosting Mizzou, Sam.
And they're favored. Again, here we go. The respect is real, very real. And I was talking to a guy that you and I both know that used to book in Vegas, and he said he has tried to be cautious with his Vandy numbers. When his power ratings come out, he's been very alarmed at how high he is on Vandy. And he's done a couple double takes like, oh, really? Am I that high on Vandy? And they just keep performing to market. They keep finding ways to hang in these games that they're dogs in, and they're winning as favorites. So, and they should have covered against Bama, if not for, the theatrics late in that game where Vandy covers the entire game for like 59 minutes and then Alabama puts it out of reach at the end. But they're favored again. And this number at circa opened 2, actually 2.5. And now we're at 3. I don't know how much higher we go, but to say that Vandy is favored against Mizzou, I don't think a lot of us would have had that in the summer. Vandy had a win total of 5.5, which they're going to blow through on the over. But the respect is real, and odds makers are high on them. Bookmakers are high on them. Now the public is starting to catch on. I saw Dave Portnoy on Big Noon Kickoff. Vandy's my bet of the season. I'm like, what? And he hit. Good by him. He had like 212,000 on Vandy to cover, and they did. They keep finding ways to live up to the hype.
I also saw Portnoy talking about your favorite governor winning at blackjack.
Oh,
he was talking about Pritzker.
I missed it.
Oh, I saw the clip somewhere. It was in my algorithm. I'm like, oh man, he was going off about it. Well, he started ripping on Pritzker for his stance on sports betting and the taxes and all that. And he's like, this guy goes and wins $1.4 million. And then, now we find out. Yeah, he just had a rant on it.
Don't get me started on JB Pritzker. Mister, if you leave your house during COVID, you're going to die. And then he took his family to Florida. Don't even get me started with JB Pritzker.
Toilets, moon. Oklahoma, back on track. They win at South Carolina, giving up only 7 points. And now they're facing Ole Miss, hosting Ole Miss. If you look at the Oklahoma schedule, they've got a ranked opponent every game the rest of the way. Oklahoma favored by 4.5. There are some 5s hosting Ole Miss here after
they were
loss.
good. They were good. I thought after the Texas game there were a lot of question marks around Mateer.
Mm-hmm.
He looked a lot healthier. Granted, he's still not healthy, but it's crazy what 1 week of recovery can do for that broken bone. 18 of 26, but he didn't really have to do much because their defense is so good. I mean, old South Carolina to 7 is very positive for Oklahoma. They're now 6-1. There's another team. That win total in the summer was 6.5. Joe, they're 6-1. So they have certainly lived up to the hype. They're going to get over that win total, and the respect is very real. I would expect you see Mateer, 90% in the next game. He's going to get progressively better. This number opened 4, and now we're at 5. So I think you're going to see this run, maybe 6 against Ole Miss. The wise guys do not like Ole Miss. They've bet against Ole Miss a couple weeks in a row now, and I think that continues this week.
Texas A&M, a perfect 7-0. We've got a big one. They've got to go down to the Bayou. Road favorites. Texas A&M at LSU. Let's call it 2.5. That's where we're at with BetMGM. I do see a 3 out there, but we're mostly 2.5, and LSU coming off that loss to Vandy.
Nussmeier is not good, man. I don't know how this happened. He's just not. I mean, you want to talk about Heisman favorites of the summer. Arch, Klubnik, Nussmeier.
Dude.
Nah. Bad. Bad.
We're talking about Penn State. How many losses could it be in a row? My 10 toes down was 6, and we're looking good. How about LSU? So they lose to Vanderbilt. A few weeks before that, they lose to Ole Miss. But they've got Texas A&M. Then they go to Tuscaloosa after their bye. It might be 3 straight losses here. They might be going after Brian Kelly soon.
I had a buddy tell me that LSU is Penn State light, and I laughed because that's very funny.
Oh,
all the expectations, all the hype, NFL quarterback. Here's a game to pay attention to. 201-202, Toledo, Washington State. I obviously have Toledo over 8.5 wins, and I'm also getting drilled about that every week because they keep losing as double-digit favorites. But Toledo might go off the favorite at Washington State. This number opened 2. Now we're 1.5. There's a 1 at Bet Online. There's a lot of sharp look on Toledo at Washington State. I don't know that you want to lay points with Toledo. Jason Candle has lost 17 times as a favorite outright. But in this role, I like Toledo at Wazoo, and they might go off the favorite in this game.
There was a move on Iowa here. Iowa, after the win against Penn State, it goes from 7-9 against Minnesota. That's, a couple weeks before their Oregon game.
Might get to 10 there. It might.
Yeah. NC State, they're backing them as a dog at Pitt as well. That went from 9.5 down to a touchdown. Monday morning market moves continues. We'll break down the next NFL card next, week 8 on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, good news for some when it comes to week number 8 in the NFL. If you're in Survivor, you're still alive because just about everybody got through, unless you decided to try and sneak by with the Steelers on Thursday night. Everybody won. There were people in danger with the Packers, certainly with the Denver Broncos. Everybody gets through. And I'm looking at this next card, Sam. I got to be honest. It kind of sucks. Like, where are the good games? Here's what happened. You got 6 teams going on by. 6. So the most teams we've seen. It's going to be dicey in fantasy. And then for the first time in a long time, no Sunday morning game. And we have just one Monday night football game. So things normalizing a little bit, but it doesn't look like a great card of games here. I mean, things will change. We'll get storylines, injuries, all that stuff. There's a couple games I'm sort of interested in, but there's not a marquee matchup. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Eagles-Giants part 2, question mark. That could be a good one. I think the public will bet the Giants again, as the public did against Denver. And the Giants did get home, did not win. I don't know how they didn't win, but they did cover, and now they're getting 7. Again, remember, this game was in New Jersey 2 Thursdays ago, and the Eagles were a 7-point favorite, 7.5. You and I bet the Giants. The number is now 7. So it hasn't moved, at least in the last 24 hours, but it's moved considering that this game was 7 in New Jersey, and now it's 7 in Philly. There's a correction on New York. People are bumping them up in power ratings. I think people are shorting Philly, which I understand. I think the power rating is not as high as it was. But it's crazy to think that 2 Thursdays ago, the Eagles were 7-point favorites in New Jersey, and now the game goes to Philly, and Philly is, again, -7. That seems a little light to me, but we will follow it throughout the week.
When the upset happened, I was like, oh, they're playing each other in 2 weeks. That's going to be a good spot to be on the Eagles. And for offensively, where people have had a lot of issues, they look great. I know the run game, not with Saquon. I'm talking about the passing game and what Hurts did, 3 touchdowns and all the deep balls. Devontae had an unbelievable game against a great defense on the road. That's no joke. Just getting a win, going up there and winning is an accomplishment. But to do it in that manner, for Hurts to look that good, that's something. I'll probably be on the Eagles there. So a couple others really stood out. Cincinnati. How high do they have to make the number? We talked about Fields getting benched. They go to Tyrod. He sucked too. He comes in. He had 2 interceptions. So you have no answers there. The Aaron Glenn getting fired after 1 year, I don't think that's insane. They're now 0-7 on the season. It's like, how do you make it? How high do you make it? The look ahead, Sam. Bengals -2.5. Now it's Bengals -5.5 against the Jets. 3-point move off of what we saw on Thursday with Flacco and what we saw again with the Jets yesterday.
Everything we've learned over the years, this is not the spot to back the Bengals. It's just not. People did not want to back them as a dog, and now people will run to the window and lay 5.5, 6. It's already 6 offshore. So Superbook reopened the number. You mentioned the look ahead was 2.5. They reopened it yesterday, 4.5. And now we're up to 5.5, and I see a 6, actually a couple 6s in the market. I don't really want to bet the Jets, but it's hard to get to Bengals -6 with that defense. It really is. Then again, the Jets are really bad, man. Just cannot score. Just cannot score. Last 2 games, 6 points, 11 points. It's brutal.
So the look ahead on the Colts Titans was 11.5. Now books are going to 14.5.
You gonna lay it?
Colts. Sure. In Survivor. If I have any Colts availability, they will be used in this spot. Titans are rough, man. If it didn't happen this past week, when's it going to happen? You were at home. Now you got to go on the road. There's so much quit on this team. They're just god awful. I mean, Cam Ward, it's like the more you watch, like it's not getting better. He didn't have Ridley. That was fair to bring up. He didn't have his number one receiver. But now every time the Colts have a test, they pass it with flying colors. Colts coming back home where they typically do play even better than on the road. I just think it's notable that we were 11.5 and now we're like, okay, we got to go more than 2 touchdowns if we want to get any money on Tennessee.
Well, you got to pay attention to the Titans front because they had a couple guys go down yesterday on the D-line. If that's
Simmons.
the case, if they're not healthy, how do you stop the run? I mean, that's what the Colts are going to do. They're going to bludgeon you with a hammer over the head and just try and run the ball down your throat. And if you don't have a couple of those guys, it's going to be a long day, long day. This number hasn't moved. We're doing market moves, but Buffalo's only 7 at Carolina. When you say that out loud, it just sounds small. And I think a lot of people don't want to bet Buffalo because Buffalo is going through the motions right now, at least to some people that we respect. They're just not playing good football right now, and clearly they're not healthy. But Buffalo could tag Carolina. Why couldn't Buffalo go into Carolina and win 31-10?
They absolutely could, but the Panthers have won 3 straight games. The Panthers play better at home. And I got to tell you, man, they have a nice little running tandem now. Hubbard's back, and so they kind of split the workload. Dowdle was the better back. I wonder if Hubbard quietly sneaks into the RB2 spot because that's how good Dowdle was for 2 weeks when Hubbard was out. And they're both in there yesterday, and Dowdle was the better back. He goes for 79 yards, Hubbard for 31. Here's the question. Bryce Young, ankle. Let's see how healthy he is. If you have to go to a backup quarterback against a Bills team off a bye, off a loss on Monday Night Football, where does that number go?
It's a fair point. Let's talk Chicago-Baltimore. This is the game, right? This is the game we get our Bears money back, fading them. Like, they get blown out here, don't they?
Yeah, this is the game. This is the game.
It's got to happen. They've been such a freaking luck box, man. Again, you give them credit, but give me a break. 4 turnovers again against the Saints. They against Washington. They blocked a field goal to beat the Raiders. CeeDee Lamb got hurt with Dallas. You win 4 in a row. It's awesome. It's hard to win games in the NFL. I think they get smacked by Baltimore.
Saints are also awful. Like, there's going to be turnovers because they're bad. Like, Rattler, yeah, much of the year he's improved, but the Saints came in as one of the worst teams in the NFL. So that's the kind of play that you're going to expect a team like that on the road, right? And last week it was against the Panthers, and this week the Saints got back into that game, though. Remember, it was like 20-0, and then all of a sudden, whoa, it's a 1-score game in the second half. So, yeah, I think this is the spot, and it probably should be. The Bears just won 4 games in a row. You mentioned the turnovers. You want to give them credit. They're playing for Ben Johnson. They are +3 in the turnover margin. Ravens off a bye, 1 win on the year. Lamar likely coming back. Come on. This is going to be the best effort all year, you would think, out of the Ravens. And they're not done. They are live in the division. The Steelers lose on Thursday night. A lot of questions about that team. Look at what that defense was not able to do against Joe Flacco. It's wide open, man. They're basically co-favorites with the Steelers, even though they're 1-5. So, yeah, it's funny. Doing game day with Jason La Canfora yesterday. He covers the Baltimore Ravens on his afternoon show. And he's like, bet the Bears, take the Bears +6.5. And I'm like, take the Ravens -6.5. So we're on opposite ends there.
The Bears did rush for 222 yards. That was impressive. Another monster game for Swift. He had 124 on the ground. Caleb stunk, though, man. He didn't have to be good because they were in control. 15 of 26.
Yep.
Just an average football game. But they win the turnover battle again, and they rushed for 222 yards. The Saints rushed for 44. I was hoping for a little bit more on the ground. I had Eagles and Saints yesterday, so I went 1-1. But that was that was a maddening game because every time you look up, oh, the Bears got another turnover. Oh, yay. Luck box team. Just a luck box all year.
Here's another point on that. I don't want to zoom past Caleb because you're right. He was bad yesterday, and you're going to have games like that. I also don't want to give him a pass. So last week I noticed, oh, wow, expected completion percentage. Caleb was number one. I don't know if he's still number one. It's just what that is Ben Johnson putting him in a position to succeed, giving him a lot of layups, right? If you look at some of the other numbers, like on target percentage, I think he's worst or among the worst. There are a lot of numbers that are scary in a bad way for Caleb. So I would think another maybe awful game. I don't know. This Ravens defense, are they going to be as bad as they've been playing as they get a little bit healthier? Don't know. Roquan revenge game? We'll see. It's going to be an interesting one.
How many revenge games? Should we do the Aaron Rodgers revenge game? Green Bay at Pittsburgh? Numbers only 3.
I guess.
I'm tired of doing the Aaron Rodgers revenge game. There's so many revenge spots now at this point.
Yeah, I know.
Back to Baltimore for a sec, though. If you like the Ravens and you know you're going to bet them, I would lay that now because you can still lay 6.5 at multiple books. This is probably going to close 7 or higher, is my guess. So if you want to bet Baltimore now, this would be the time. I mean, it's already moved to 7 in a ton of places. So I think we're going to go through the 7. And then also Monday night, that number says Jade Daniels is out. Kansas City reopened at the Westgate at 11.5. They reopened. It's a huge number against Washington. Huge number.
Yep. That is screaming that he's out. Mariota against Mahomes. What side do you want to be on? He covered a monster number, 31-0 yesterday. Also, Thursday night. You want to bet on the Chargers or you want to bet on the Vikings? Chargers laying 2.5.
I'll get back to you on that one.
I don't like that game at all, man. It's hard to pick a side in that matchup. It should be McCarthy. We'll see if it is. Joe O, Sammy P. You've got Bet Sweats coming up next. Monday Moons. Everybody gets involved, hands out their moons on the BetMGM network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network.
Look at him, he's heading for that small moon.
That's no moon.
It started with me telling Joe that I just blasted a game to the moon.
You have an Aries sun and a Libra moon, so that means that the sun and moon are opposing each other.
Fade them to the moon.
Why some say the moon?
It is juice to the moon.
Can we talk about Gore Moon?
We choose to go to the moon.
Pacers, moon.
We choose to go to the moon because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept.
Did he tell Kelly that somebody ran over Jeremiah Love's foot with a golf cart? That's what I want to know right now. Somebody, tell me. Was it her? Joe O. Sammy P. This is BetSweat's BetMGM Network. Every Monday at this time, we give out our Monday Moon, some of the top performances from over the weekend, somebody that we want to give a little bit of credit. Maybe they didn't get enough shine throughout the show over the first couple of hours, but we want to clear the decks and make sure that we give them some love. Each of us end up handing out a few moons. We'll hear from Gerch, from Jake, from Paul. Sam, we always start with you. How about you? Where are your moons going?
I hope Gerch has a moon. Sometimes he doesn't participate in Monday moons.
Oh, that's right.
I need a moon, though. I need a moon from him. Yeah, I do. All right, so I got 3. Full moon. I was looking for protein moon, but I couldn't find a protein moon. Jeremiah Love, 24 carries, 228 yards, a touchdown. He could not be stopped, and he is going to get Notre Dame into the playoff. They are not losing the rest of the way. I don't know how many games they can win in the playoff, but we look back at those 2 losses, CJ Carr's first 2 games as a quarterback. They are figuring out that their bread and butter is Love. And as good as their passing attack has been, their running game is their core. That's who they are. Run the football, put the kid at quarterback in positions to thrive. And that's what they did against USC. Could not be stopped. Again, 24 carries, 228 yards, and a touchdown. That golf cart didn't do a good enough job against Jeremiah Love. My second moon is a blue moon to the Indianapolis Colts and Jonathan Taylor. 3 more touchdowns. He's got 11. He leads the NFL with 11 touchdowns now. He's on pace for 27 touchdowns. It's a big old number. As good as I feel about Christian McCaffrey, I thought that was a really good handicap in the summer to bet him for offensive player, and he was really good last night. I don't think McCaffrey is going to be better than Taylor at the end of the year. I just don't. And the Colts are winning because of Jonathan Taylor. So he gets a blue moon. You could give the Colts a moon if you want, but Taylor's a special player. And that line has been built for him. They have built that offensive line to supplement his skills. And he is reaping all the benefits. Again, 3 touchdowns yesterday for Jonathan Taylor. Last one. I'm going to give no moons to Justin Fields. I hope it's over. I don't want to turn my TV on ever again and have to watch Justin Fields play quarterback. I'm done. He was horrendous. Again, 6 for 12 for 46 yards. He has had games this year where he's passed for 27, 45, and 46. He is a horrendous quarterback. He receives no moons, and I never want to see him play quarterback again.
Flipping it. I like it. Maybe the Fields truthers will go away like the Trubisky truthers eventually did. Just go away. Just stop it. Don't tell me about the potential and all this. Please. It's bust. Okay? We can move on. Find your next quarterback. Stop giving this guy opportunities. Rough for Fields. Rough. How many times do we have to see it? All right. I've got a few moons to give out as well. Let's go with the crescent moon. Judkins. 3 touchdowns yesterday. It was a perfect spot with the weather conditions in Cleveland against Miami. I didn't think the Browns were going to be the easiest winner of the day at -2.5, but they were. I was surprised it didn't go to 3, but yeah. McDaniel fired yet? Like, why has that not happened? We've already had a coach fired. When he was talking at halftime, he looked like he was going to get fired on the spot. He knows it's coming, so the Dolphins just need to finish the job there. But Judkins was his 3 touchdowns. Got to mention him. And I told you right before the game, I did decide to do some offensive rookie of the year because I felt he shouldn't have been 30. Sam, those 30s turned into 10s. He goes from 30 to 10 in one game. And Dart is still the odds-on favorite. I'm watching that game. I'm like, okay, if Giants pull off this upset, like Dart's going to move even further. Like, what is he going to be? 150, 200? But they end up losing the game. And Dart didn't have great numbers when it was all said and done. But Dart's still the favorite. Abuka second. We'll see if he plays tonight. Warren third. Judkins very live. And at 10-1, I still think there's some value. I'm done betting him. Like, I'll grab a 30. I'm not going to do it at 10. But I still think there's some value there for Judkins. Crescent moon for him. Can't believe we've been on the air for 2 hours and 5 minutes and we have not mentioned this person's name, so we can't wait any longer. Full moon, Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
That was maybe the best baseball performance any of us are ever going to see in our lives. And we get hyperbolic, we get caught up in the moment. I've never seen anything like that, ever. 3 home runs. That second homer, over the roof. Sam, I watched the replay at least a dozen times. Like, I couldn't believe it. Like, it really went over the roof. I was like grabbing everybody in the house, bringing them to the TV and hitting the rewind button. Like, we were all just so amazed. Not only 3 homers, but he's on the bump and he has 10 strikeouts in a game that solidifies their position to go to the World Series. On top of all that, what I realized on Saturday morning when I'm making my college football plays, I'm like, wait, what happened? What? Oh, I forgot. When I was doing my Dodgers World Series bets, I took them for the pennant at a book that had them 2-1. I was like, oh, like I went in on that. I totally forgot about that bet. So that made for a nice Saturday morning to make the account flush on the Dodgers locking up their spot in the World Series. And now everybody's going to talk about what about them waiting and not playing baseball for a full week. So full moon, Shohei Ohtani, unreal performance. If anybody else wants to bring up Ohtani, certainly worth it after what he did. And then
I thought about you. Oh,
yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. What you got?
I thought about you because my buddy John was with his son on, I think, Friday night or Saturday morning, and they were putting together their like all-time baseball teams. And he let his son go first, and his son with the first pick. He's young. He's 11 years old. He doesn't know anything. His son went Ian Happ, 1-1.
I thought you were going to say Ohtani.
No, his son went Ian Happ, and then John took Ohtani, 1-2, naturally. But he was dying. He sent me his son's team. It's just like Ian Happ, PCA, Vladdy Jr. Best all-time team. Yeah. He's like, yeah, I took Ohtani, 1-2, after Ian Happ went 1-1.
I'm always messing with my daughter because I think if she did that, she would take all Asians because she's always commenting. It's like, they're all so good. Suzuki's so good. Ohtani, they're the best. Sasaki. I'm like, well, yeah, some of them are really good. But anyways, all right, one more. I got a supermoon. Raptors. We won the semis. On to the championship game. Phenomenal performance. We take out Lockport. They came in, Sammy, thinking they were better. We played them twice. This fall. We outscored them 24-6. Very proud of the boys. I'm going to be honest. We're watching in the warm-ups. I'm like, you guys seeing this? They're like, are you seeing it? Everybody's seeing it. They couldn't field. It was unbelievable. Hit the ball hard, on the ground, right at them. 5 errors up the middle. Man. It was strong. So we've got the Orland Park Warriors coming up on Saturday. Can't wait. Our only loss of the fall to Orland. Orland's only loss of the fall to us. So should be a good one on Saturday. Hope it's not during whatever the best game of the day is on Saturday. I don't know the time yet, though. So there we go. Super moon for them. Paul Aspen, where are your moons going?
So I had in a new development in our moon segment, I had Ohtani that Joe also had. But here's what I'll say about the Ohtani moon. Look, maybe he can't win if they don't win the World Series, right? But like what that made me realize is like one good game, he wins NLCS MVP. Like I think it's like if the Dodgers win the World Series, it's Ohtani. 100-1 on Teoscar is great. My 65-1 is great. I think it's Ohtani. But a full blue moon to Shohei.
Did anybody know what the number was before Game 4 for NLCS MVP?
No,
I didn't see that anywhere. He was awful. It had to be a decent number, right?
Paul was saying
how high do they
one
make
hit.
it?
He had like one hit in the playoffs, and then he had that RBI single in game 2 or 3, and then just
3. He had a
went
triple.
off.
Yeah.
He had a triple to start the game, right, in game 3, and that was it.
Yep.
And then that happened.
He was like 2 for
I was
11,
watching it, I'm like,
and then
are they going to they're going to give him this NLCS MVP? And then by the end of the game, it was stupid to even ask that question.
Yeah. And then a rare orange crush moon to a team that I hate. But the Denver Broncos, I've been saying all season that I hate them, but I still had to use them as I had a double pick week in Joe's Survivor. So I was like, Broncos was one of my 2. And I thought they were dead. I gave up that entry. I'd gone mostly Patriots, but in the double pick week, I had used the Broncos, and I was like, it's just dead. It is what it is. I've got other entries left. And then somehow they won. So, as I've said all season, Bo Nix should not be laying those kind of points to anyone. I think the Broncos stink. You can't just be doing these miracle fourth quarters. They should be like 3-5, not 5-2. But for this week, and for the last time this season, Denver Broncos, full orange crush moon.
And now you never have to use them again.
Oh, so that's my favorite part about today.
That's great. All right, Jake Hassan, moons, where you at?
I would just like to comment on Joe's moons first. Here's Shohei Ohtani, possibly the greatest baseball player ever. And how about these 12-year-olds who suck, can't field a ground ball, put them in the dirt.
Maybe I went a little strong on that. Maybe I shouldn't have done that because the other coach I went to college with and we're friendly. So maybe I shouldn't have done that, but whatever.
Joe, I thought you were going north of the border for an NBA bet. Like for about 3 seconds there, I was like, what is going on here?
Never.
Okay.
I'm not ready for that.
I was shocked. No, the juxtaposition was very funny. But my moon is just Ohtani. Like I was hanging out with people who aren't the biggest sports fans, or definitely not the biggest baseball fans, and like trying to explain like what had happened to people who aren't even casuals in baseball. Like I couldn't even accurately. I was like, I just have to show you. Like I have to show you because words are not going to describe what it is. So I mean, yeah, Ohtani was unbelievable, and the Dodgers are. I'm going to double back to my 10 toes down. The Dodgers are just going to win the World Series, and that'll just be it. And we're all just going to sit there and laugh at whoever comes out of this stupid ALCS.
Okay. I think it'll be everywhere. I think there's some stat that if you have so many off days, like every time you have one team goes 7 games and the other team has all this off time, the team that played the 7 games has done very well in the World Series. Just saying. I don't think it matters. Dodgers.
Don't have Ohtani,
I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Gertch have a moon? Oh, Gertch has one. Here we go.
He's got the 104.3 Jam shirt on.
That's right. Chicago's number 1 for throwbacks. That's right. I'm going to have my first moon of the season so far, guys. First time I've been on this segment with you. And I'm going to go with a new moon to Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals. Joe Flacco single-handedly saving my fantasy football team because I took Jamar Chase number 1 overall. And we talked about it on Friday last week after the huge game. Jamar, 16 receptions, 161 yards, 1 touchdown on 23 targets. So it's a brand new day for the Cincinnati Bengals and Jamar Chase. So new moon for their number 1 receiver, number 1 in our hearts, number 1 draft pick on my fantasy football team. Jamar Chase, new moon.
Sell high?
Oh, God. Don't say that.
No, you don't want to sell him? I think you can get anything you want now. Is Flacco going to make the rest of the year?
Flacco, our guy. Yes. I'm standing pat. I'm standing strong with Shamar, not moving off him. I mean, he's just been dominant since Flacco got there. I mean,
yeah, you're
20
right.
points in the first week, over 30 points this last week. So domination.
Gert's not used to being positive. I'm not used to him being positive. Good stuff.
The shirt killed me.
Killed me. Jams.
Number one in throwbacks.
They play Nickelback on that station.
Now they probably do.
Different kind of throwbacks.
Yep. Joe O, Sammy P. All right, we'll check out what the room is doing. Give our thoughts. Major League Baseball game number 7 on the BetMGM network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network.
Minnesota next.
Where's the room?
What to do. The room dominates the NFL this week. Will they tonight? Find out. Find out the player props. You got 2 Monday night games. And they get their butts kicked in college. By the Friday numbers, 1-4. By the Saturday numbers, 0-5. So what to do with the room? Let's bring in Paul Aspen. See where we're at with the room, Paul. Now, we don't have everything, right? Like we have NFL stuff.
Yeah, we got NFL. We might get baseball before the end of the show, so maybe not in this segment, but maybe in part of Lightning Bets. But let's start with, I guess, the first game. Lions, Moon. It's all Bucks props.
Really?
Baker.
Oh, let's go.
Baker, over 1.5 passing touchdown. Cameron Johnson, who I guess is a return specialist and a backup wide receiver, over 8.5 receiving yards. Mike Evans, over 61.5 receiving yards. Baker, over 240.5 passing yards. Cade Otton, over 36.5 receiving yards. All Bucks, all overs.
Lions. I feel better. That is the most popular side total money line, obviously, because they were one of the 5 most popular of all the games. So they're betting the Lions, but they're betting Bucks props. How do we make sense of this?
Room doesn't have to make sense. But is there one in particular that jumps out? Is it Cameron Johnson?
Cameron Johnson got a touchdown last week, so they're betting him over 8.5.
It's a very funny bet and a very funny number.
Yes. That's the one that stands out just because, okay, if Ibuka and Evans both play, Cameron Johnson's not going to be on the field. And they might play. It sounds like one of them's going. It sounds like Evans is going to go. And it's going to be game time decision. But Tez Johnson, he's going to get more playing time. He's been getting more playing time. So, like, if we look at the snap count last week for these Bucks receivers, Ibuka was out there till he was hurt. You've got Tez was out there 72% of the snaps. Sterling Shepard, don't forget about him. And now you're bringing Evans back. Like, Cameron Johnson might not be on the field. That's why the number's 8.5. So if he's in, I would absolutely fade this. If one of those receivers is in, fading Cameron Johnson's a good idea.
Under 8.5.
Yep. Fine. If he's not on the field, he's not on the field.
Yeah, I mean, he could have nothing. He could have a goose egg easily.
Yeah. For sure.
Most bet anytime touchdown score is Jahmyr Gibbs at -190.
Oh, you got to lay 190, Paul. I mean, when in doubt, I'll just lay 190.
Prime time? Sure. All right. Seahawks, Texans.
Okay.
Number 5. Most bet prop at BetMGM for Seahawks and Texans. JSN. Over 87.5 receiving yards.
87.5. Where were we at the start of the year? In the 60s?
Such a big number. Yeah, like 59.5, 60.5, I think.
So now you're facing an elite secondary, and we got to bet the over 87.5.
All right.
Okay.
Number 4. Noops' guy. Now he's bet him for a touchdown, but Dalton Schultz over 4.5 receptions.
Mm-hmm.
Number 3, Jaden Higgins over 31.5 receiving yards.
That's so random.
That's the one, right?
So random.
Who is it? Who is he? Who's Jaden Higgins?
Who we play for? Yeah.
I honestly don't know. Like, I think he's a Texan. I'm just guessing.
I think he's a Texan.
Guessing he's a Texan.
Right?
It's got to be.
I feel like we know the Seahawks players.
Yeah. Horton. I mean, it was Horton. We faded Horton to the moon one game. Might have to do Higgins this time. Last 2 are running backs. And they're going running backs, but in the passing game and receiving game. Anyway, Woody Marks over 14.5 receiving yards. Nick Chubb under 36.5 rushing yards.
Chubb Moon.
Stupid. Dumb. So they did do an under. But there's nothing that really... I guess them betting on Texans. They're doing all these Texans player props. That stands out.
The number one bet is Nick Chubb under. I just don't understand why that's the case. It makes no sense.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
By the way, that Woody Marks receiving number over 14.5 is minus 140.
Yikes. Okay. Might have to go under. Go over the touchdowns, in particular number 2.
Okay. Most bet anytime touchdowns in this game. Jalen Noel, plus 800. Nico Collins, plus 150. Right. Who? Xavier Hutchinson, plus 625. And this is the one Joe wanted. Braxton Berrios, plus 1,600 for an anytime touchdown.
No.
JSN is number one at plus 140.
I didn't know he was still in the league.
Braxton Berrios dead. What's he doing? Which team is he on?
Jalen Noel, same question.
Wait,
16.
Which team is Braxton Berrios on?
I didn't even know he was still in the league, Joe. I had no idea.
I gotta Google.
He's a Texan.
He's a Texan.
Jalen Noel, also a Texan. So they've bet 2 long shot Texans to get in the end zone.
What is going on with all these? And sports betting is not legal in Texas, right? Still?
Correct.
No.
So it's not even like it's Texans fans that know something. It's just people randomly doing all these Texans props. It's amazing.
Jaden Higgins is the most bet first touchdown.
Yeah.
25.
Go over the rest. Look at number 3.
Okay. Braxton Berrios, 100 to 1. Third most bet first touchdown at BetMGM.
Why are they betting on him? I have no idea.
And another guy. You know what we should have done with this? Which team does he play for these? Some guy named AJ Barner is plus 1,500.
He's on Seattle. I know that because Shope had him for an anytime touchdown a couple Thursdays ago. Was that when they played Arizona, Joe? Yeah, Seattle, Arizona.
Yes, he hit that. Yes. Yep. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on with Braxton Berrios. His girlfriend's on Dancing with the Stars. Well, I Googled his name, and this is the first thing that comes up about his girlfriend who's on Dancing with the Stars.
So his prop, I don't even see a catch prop. I just see, I'm looking at the prop shop now. All I see is touchdowns. They don't even have a yardage prop or a catch prop. Not that I see, at least. I'm going to look at BetMGM right now, but I don't see a bunch of player props on him. So it's very hard to fade him. I'm looking at the MGM receiver market. He doesn't even have a number. But you could bet him to score a touchdown. You can't bet his yardage or receptions, which is lame.
Yes.
So random.
Correct.
So we can't fade him.
We can't really do anything. I'd like to. But there are some opportunities to fade, I would say. Man. The all Bucks props is surprising. That's the big thing that stands out to me.
Because Lions, like you said, is the popular side. So they're just completely going both sides.
Yep.
This will be a spot where if the Lions win, which they should, if you look at the top of the NFC Championship market now, they are 4-1. They're favored to win the NFC. If they knock off, I know they're shorthanded, Tampa, but they're 5-1. This will be a very sexy win if you give Baker a loss in prime time. What does the number go to if they win tonight? It's 4-1 now. Are we 350? Are we 3.25? If you haven't bet any Lions stock yet, I was talking about them a couple weeks ago. I think they're the team to beat in the NFC, and that number was 6-1 or 7-1 at the time. At 4, Joe, any interest in Detroit NFC?
Oh, I think Detroit's going to the Super Bowl. So they're the most impressive team in the NFC for me. So that number had to drop after last week a little bit, right? Not too much, not an overreaction because it's the Chiefs at home. But
Yeah, right now it's
Yeah.
Lions, Packers, Eagles, Rams in order. 4-1, 4.25, 5-1, 6-1.
if you flip it and the Bucks pull off the upset in Detroit, Packers, how do you sit it as Packers as your NFC favorite?
Which I would never bet, by the way. Bucks are 8 right now. I would guess they go to 5 if they pull the upset.
Wow. So even with the Eagles. Okay.
Basically. Yeah, if you go into Detroit shorthanded and win on national TV, yeah, that 8's going bye-bye for sure.
I get it. Yeah, because they're only going to get healthier too. You're looking down the line a little bit.
I tend to agree with you guys. Is there anything that could make us believe in San Francisco? Like they get healthy enough to what is their ceiling? Just because looking at their schedule, they're gonna be a short favorite as of today, at least against the Texans in Houston. They win yesterday against hey, we just beat the Bills, Falcons team. Giants should be a win. Cardinals, Panthers, Browns, Titans, Colts. There's Bears. They probably get in ish.
Who are you scared of?
Okay, let's play it this way. Let's present it this way. If they get in, then what? Are they still one game and out?
It's hard to imagine them winning a bunch of games shorthanded on defense without Bosa and Warner. It's tough to get there, but their defense is so much better coached this year. I mean, Salah's doing an unbelievable job right now with the defense. Considering the fact that he's got, 2 or 3 very important guys not even playing. They're just well coached, Joe. They are. They're well coached on offense. They're well coached on defense. They don't make a ton of mistakes. And they have Christian McCaffrey. The game plan is simple. Just eat clock, run the ball, get 23 the ball, and play good enough defense to win. They're a very impressive team to be 5-2 given all they're without.
As you see Fred Warner there as their biggest cheerleader on crutches, he's making sure he's giving everybody high fives. They're heading into the locker room. He's clearly helping the team, and they rallied around no Fred Warner this week. It felt like a backup quarterback situation. Is it going to happen again? Is it going to happen for the entire second half? I would bet against it. I'm not in on San Francisco. But if you are, Purdy should be back sometime soon. Ayuk should be back sometime soon. You'll start to get the offensive pieces back, but the defense is always going to be a problem.
I've got over 10.5 wins. Feel good about that. I do not feel good about my NFC bet at 10-1. I mean, it's going to appreciate nicely, but they're not healthy enough to make a run, I don't think.
Paul, I got to bring it up. I know you thought about it. It's not been brought up yet. Why'd you do that to Jaden Daniels?
I almost went full Tears of the Flower Moon for Jaden Daniels.
Don't tell Jenks. Don't tell Jenks. It was you.
Oh, we didn't even get to sweat it. Yeah, they're dead. He's dead. Oh, MVP, RIP.
I think they're done. Yeah.
I mean, Sam nailed it. He's probably not going to stay healthy enough for it to, I like the number angle on it, 35, and the path was there with Cowboys. And I mean, this Chiefs Monday night game now, he's not even going to be out there. So yeah, beyond dead. I like the angle, but Sam, I think, nailed it by saying he's already missed 2 games and he's probably going to miss more. And
whole team, I mean, that whole offense has been.
He had no receivers.
Battered.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just battered. I mean, he was throwing to Lane and McCaffrey yesterday, and not the good McCaffrey. He's throwing to Luke McCaffrey. So he was making it work, but a lot of these guys, especially fragile guys like him, I mean, he's not a very big guy. He's finding his way to get dinged up, and if he can't stay on the field, that franchise looks a ton different, just way different.
Next year, if the number's decent, right? Sometimes after a shockingly successful year, everything goes wrong the following year. It feels like that's what's happening with the Commanders. And then next year when they're healthy, like Noah Brown, McLaurin, we knew that. Debo too now. They're all hurt. Like, what are you going to do? So that's what happened there. I disagree with Noops. I still think the East is open. It might be the Cowboys. Who's stopping them?
Jerry?
Yeah.
Just Jerry.
You're
I
right.
mean,
Parsons 3 sacks
got-
yesterday. Imagine him. That team.
They got to win in Denver next week, right? If we're going to take that seriously.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see him against a really good defense. We'll talk more about that. Lightning Bets next. Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, 2 Monday night games. We have Major League Baseball, exciting game here. We'll find out about the American League side, Toronto and Seattle here. Toronto a favorite over at BetMGM, $1.30. They're backing Toronto. I don't want to say they're backing Bieber, but they're backing Toronto. They're the favorite. Seattle plus 110 on the other side. Bieber against Kirby. We just had this one a few games ago. And the concern was, would Kirby be strong? Well, the Blue Jays smashed him last time. So the market is saying, let's make Bieber and company the favorite instead.
I've always sort of liked these Game 7 unders in baseball, basketball, hockey. I just sort of lean that way. The money has come under a little bit, but you're going to have enough over money from the public. I mean, the public's going to bet the over, and the public's going to bet guys the homer and go over one single and all that crap. But I do think, you're going to see a very tightly managed game. Quick hooks, if necessary. Throw a bunch of different things at these hitters. I lean under. I didn't bet it, but I would go under before I'd go over for sure.
How has baseball not put this game on Tuesday? You're facing 2 Monday night games. Come on. You could own the night.
Stupid.
You could own the night. Dumb move. Who cares that the NBA is starting? Doesn't matter. Two random regular season NBA games isn't going to draw people in compared to a Game 7 for the right to go to the World Series. Does not make any sense to me.
I heard you're going to Bulls tomorrow. I thought you were, or was that Wednesday? Sorry. You're going to Bulls Wednesday night, right? The opener, you bringing the family?
Never in life.
No?
Benny the Bull? No, I'm not interested. I'll go to a Bulls game, but not right now.
Okay.
You want to feel worse when you're concussed? Go to that scene. Like, as loud as it is, and just, it's good. It's entertaining. They got stuff going on the entire time. You've covered a ton of Bulls games. You know what I'm talking about. But no, not interested. I don't even know how many players I know who they are. Because you know what? They're on a network I don't get. So I don't really know who the players are on the team. That's how this works. They're smart. They're smart that way. By the way, speaking of the NBA, get used to it. So the NBA games tomorrow will be on NBC. We know about that. That's been covered a lot. NBA games this season. ESPN, ABC, NBC, Peacock, Amazon Prime, NBA TV. I guess you can go to League Pass and then your RSNs. So you're going to have to every day. All right, let me go look it up. Let me see where I can find my game. Because I don't know where it's going to be. It could be a number of places.
I got League Pass last year. It was actually a part of a promotional deal with T-Mobile. If you have T-Mobile, go to the T-Mobile app on Tuesday. They do a bunch of really nice giveaways. And they gave away last year, they gave away League Pass. So I thought, all right, I'll sign up for League Pass. Why not? It's free. They gave a full season of League Pass away. Guess how many times I turned League Pass on last year? None.
A dozen?
None.
None?
Not one time. No, never.
Wow.
Didn't watch it.
I
Not
was
one
going to
time.
ask if it was worth it. I guess you just told me.
Yeah, I had it for free and I didn't watch it.
I'm looking at the cost right now. On NBA.com, it's $109.99 for the season. Savings of over 40%. The premium, I'm like, well, you got all the games premium. What do you get so special with the premium? Well, concurrent streams, you could have up to 3 devices, which is, I guess, if you friends, family, I guess you go in on it. And the commercials, it says no commercials. In arena streams during breaks.
Oh, perfect.
Who what? Who's paying for that?
So you can watch the lady kick the balls over her head or something like that?
Right.
Like,
right. Quick change? Is that your favorite? Like, stupid.
I mean, if you think about it, though, $109.99 is a good deal considering you get 82 games per team. We pay $400 for the NFL with, Sunday ticket. So, relatively speaking, you get a lot more action for your buck.
You do, but you didn't watch it.
No,
even when you
I
had
did not
bets on
watch
it, you're like not interested.
It was free, and I didn't watch it.
Wow. Blackouts may apply. So do I get blacked out? Because I don't get the channel that the Bulls are on. Do I get blacked out from the Bulls? Probably.
Yeah, you wouldn't get that either.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting that. Okay. Think Campy pays for it?
Yes.
He definitely does.
I can't wait.
Definitely.
Tomorrow we're going to have NBA room bets. We got Thunder, Rockets tomorrow, Lakers, Warriors. We're going to have NBA bets to fade. Cannot wait. Cannot wait.
I'm holding out hope that we get some room stuff on Major League Baseball in the next 5 minutes, but so far, nothing doing. All right, Sam, what are you doing for your lightning bet plays today?
Oh, wow. As we're speaking, Bryce Young downgraded to unlikely to play Sunday against Buffalo.
There it is.
That's a big deal. I imagine that number is on the move right now. There it goes. Pow, pow, pow. Out to 8 at a couple books in Vegas. All the 7s are going away, Joe, as we speak. This is a live move in real time. Bryce Young unlikely to play, and the Bills going from 7 to 7.5 to 8. So that's something to certainly pay attention to. You asked for a lightning bet. I'm going to go Smith and Jigba under. I love Paul's guy. He's awesome. He might score a touchdown tonight, but this number, BetMGM has 89.5 right now. That's such a huge number. He's going up against Stingley tonight, who's an elite corner in this league. It's such a high number, man. I'm going to go under 89.5 yards for JSN.
Do you think Andy Dalton's going to be able to keep up with Josh Allen?
I need the Bills. I'm so tired of people telling me the Bills stink. I had 20 people at the house yesterday. They all think the Bills stink now. So,
yep.
Just for my psyche with my Bills stock, I would love for them to just paste Carolina. I would feel really good about that.
I get it. Yeah, I know. There's that sentiment, and people are jumping on board because they remember what they saw last.
That's all I heard yesterday. Oh, they can't beat the Chiefs. They've never done it. I'm like, oh my God. I got to hear this.
Well, they're not playing the Chiefs.
I got to hear this for 2 whole months that they can't beat the Chiefs. And then they're going to lose to the Chiefs. It's my nightmare.
Right.
It will happen. For sure.
7.5. Circa went to 8 on that game. Curious how far this goes. That might be it. Might just be like 8. Like that's the ceiling.
Well, some books 8.5 now. So
yep.
We shall see. I don't think we get to 10.
All right.
It'd be hard to move it to 10.
No. But Buffalo's going to be ready. They've got to be. Run heavy attack, probably, with Andy Dalton under center for Carolina. All right. My lightning bets. I know they're popular. And we're risking not knowing which receivers are going to be out there. But I'm taking the Lions. I'm going to take the Lions -6. It's scary because nobody's on Tampa. And, maybe they end up having 2 receivers. But I don't think Ibuka's going to be out there. I think this is all just a bit of a head fake on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers side. So I'm going to take them -6. Night game, the late game, I should say, is going to be an underplay with the Texans and the Seahawks. We're going to go under on that, and we're at 41. There's a 41.5 out there. That's a bit juiced. There's just one available right now. So 41.5 on the under, and I'm going under in Game 7, man. That's where I'm at. We know how these Game 7s are. Everything on the line. Any sign of trouble. Like, they're not going to let Kirby get beat up like last time around. That's just not going to happen. So I'm going to play the under. I know these two teams can smash, and it's hard to play unders with these teams. There's a reason it's 7.5. It's not higher like it has been at other points in this series. So going under there. Paul Aspen, what do you have for lightning bets?
I'm also on the Lions. We are aligned there. At least, Joe, you and I are. I'm going to fade the number 1 room bet, especially if one of these receivers is up for the Bucks. Cade Otton, over 36.5 receiving yards, is the number 1 most bet prop at BetMGM. There's actually a 37.5 out there. This might go up a little bit more. So there's 37.5 out there. I will go under on that. I believe it's a -113. Cade Otton, you got to dodge a shot play. He's had a shot play in each of the last 2 weeks. But with a 50-yard game and 80-yard game last couple of weeks, I think it's a good time to sell high.
That's a good one. Cam Johnson will be interesting. Jaden Higgins also. There's some random ones. If you want to go against the room with the Seahawks and the Texans, that's not the worst idea in the world. All right, Jake, what you got?
Yeah, I'll be betting this stupid baseball game. I'm not going to lay the minus 130 with Toronto because that sounds horrible, but I'll go back to the well with the Bieber strikeouts. He was really good in that first start against Seattle. Now, back at home, I was really impressed by that first start, and I think Seattle's going to feel the pressure. I said this on Friday. I think they're going to fold. I think Kirby is going to have a very short leash, so I'll be on his unders, outs recorded when those pop. Brian Wu might be up in the bullpen first pitch of the game. So I think the Blue Jays win. I'll take Bieber over 4.5 and over 5.5 strikeouts. I like Springer, too. He's been on fire. He's got good history against Kirby. So over 1.5 total bases. And I'll take a shot with Dalton Varsho to hit a home run at 5-1.
11.5 outs for Kirby.
Yep.
11.5.
11.5.
I'll take that under. Easily.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be dying to get him out of there, especially with Wu available.
You guys see Vladdy? The walk-off interview, or like the post-game interview, is pretty awesome. Like, basically, I'm born for this. Like, are you ready for Game 7? He's like, kind of takes a big pause. It's great camera work, too. They kind of go all around him. He's kind of getting the crowd into it. He goes, I was born for this. Something like that. It was awesome.
Do we want Toronto to win? What do we want?
No. As a Dodgers ticket holder, no. I mean, for Sam, yeah, I guess.
Sam does.
Someone on the show wins.
I do. I would like them to win. That'd be nice.
Yeah. So you'd rather I should be rooting for Seattle tonight, is what you're saying.
As a Dodgers futures holder, that's what the matchup I would want.
I would be, as a Dodgers holder also, I'm way more scared of Toronto than Seattle.
Yeah.
Yep. I agree. Swing big on your next bet with an MLB postseason odds boost token. Use your token to net a bigger payout on a winning bet only at BetMGM. Couple Monday night games. We'll find out the World Series matchup tomorrow's show. So be here, 9 a.m. Eastern. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing